Showtime! Showtime!
What's going on?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello everyone, give us a couple of moments. We just want to make sure we're not chipmunking right now because it seems like this is the week where everything goes wrong. Awesome.
Perfect.
So, the audio works. Hello everyone out there who's watching because we can't tell because Restream is still having issues. Welcome to the February DC 201 meeting. I'm Cy Paka. I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201 over here. Dressed as the 80s is...
Yeah, the Wolfman Jack!
And honestly, I'd rather you be dressed as the 80s than my, like, because it's cold in our apartment, my like, fake Tim Pool look going on right now.
Yeah, well, I want to just give tribute out. What's it called? Biker Billy cooks his fire. This is G.I. Jack plays his computers.
Hi, Delsel Delmona. Although, to counter that, just to let everyone know here, I do have, like, hair and a head underneath. It's not another face, unlike Tim Pool. So, just wanted to put that out there. But yes.
Tim Pool's beanie is just a faceless void. It's the type of shit you fight in World of Warcraft.
Funny you should say that because BlizzCon is going on right now.
BlizzCon's going on right now. Maybe I should
we have actual competition. Well, you know, how many times have you kept saying like this is going to be the last expansion, and then the new expansion comes out, and you're like, fuck. No, it's like Arch Linux. You're like, this is going to be the last time I'm updating this. And it's like, fuck.
It's like World of Warcraft. You kind of think it jumps to shark, and then they bring it back again for some like another shit.
Yeah, it's like DEFCON 201.
Yeah. I don't think you've done anything like that terribly stupid yet.
So yeah, we're just doing a quick kind of intro show right now. We're going to get right into the meat of things because, well, we'll kind of explain. We're just going to jump the stream here, speaking of jumping the shark, and we're going to go over to our display screen here. So, as you can see, this is today's meetup. The thing that we want to start off before we go into the spiel, into our pre-show, is that as you may have not seen, thanks to terrible mismanagement for many years, there's a whole polar vortex going in the middle of the state right now. We're getting like the blanket end of it. Literally, we just had some snowfall. We're all fine here except building codes in New Jersey, and Texas in particular, because of years and years of mismanagement. There's a lot of people down there with no power and no heat and no running water. Some parts are coming back online, but it's still going to be a huge thing. People have already died from this. And naturally, because, you know, we live in the United States, the leadership in Texas have either at best done nothing or at worst have done everything to make everything worse. We want to offer our, our condolences out there and our concern to everyone who's like in Texas right now. We want to post some quick links in chat here. If you are in Texas or you know someone in Texas, there are these warming centers where people can go. They're not permanent shelters, but it's a way to get food supplies and to temporarily warm up, coming back with like proper heating equipment and such like that. And we're putting that link in chat right here. And also, if you want to support the effort going on, ironically enough, supposed terrible city slicker New Yorker AOC has raised what it was like was it $1 million?
Yeah, $1 million so far. I think she's just getting started. I think she's going to raise even more money.
And she's also going to visit there soon, so we have the link to that. If you want something a bit more kind of just like general and neutral for what's happened, you know, we hate saying that, but unfortunately there's people that think that way. We're going to post 2 more organization links you can donate or share to, which is feedingtexas.org, as well as the local Red Cross that's down there. So again, condolences to anyone who is currently stuck in Texas, or if you have family in Texas like I do that's stuck over there. Also to note, you can in Texas call 211, not our thing, not 201, 211 in Texas. in order to get these same resources over the phone if you have no cell signal or your internet is down or whatever.
Yeah, if you call us, we'll be more than happy to talk with you, give you condolences,
and
power back on,
and forward you to the proper links and stuff like that. But note that for the emergency number, it's 211 in Texas, not 201. The day we become the emergency number for anything is the day. Like Murphy, if you're listening, we'd love to work with you in New Jersey, but us being the emergency number for anything is a bad idea. We'll tell you that right away.
That's me to prank and just get a whole bunch of phone losers. Just gonna be
unless it's booze. Booze and dumb programming ideas. Yeah. That's the hotline you call is us. Otherwise, we have that whole thing. We also want to do the basic spiel of this is a live stream show, so thank you for everyone who's watching out there on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. Ironically, apparently Facebook is not working because no surprise. And hello also everyone out there who is watching via Tor, and also everyone on the awesome Diode Zone instance of PeerTube. We are happy that we're now streaming on a more decentralized service. If you like the content that you see during this meeting and you want to know more, you can click that bell, like, share, subscribe on all those three of those platforms, Twitch, DLive, and YouTube. We get alerts through them during our stream. We kind of cheer people on for that. Same thing if you send us lemons via DLive or bits via Twitch. We have all of that going there. Yep, making lemons into Ted Cruz. Yeah, that's kind of what we do.
You get enough lemons, we can have a lemon party.
Yeah.
Don't Google that.
Yes.
Whatever you do, don't Google that.
Please don't. It's a .ru address. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, don't go to lemonparty.org.
So we have a bunch of different things here. We're kind of gonna semi-wing this simply because we have a pre-show. We have some announcements. I have a talk that's really frustrating that I'm trying to put at the end, and we also have the awesome people at AFROCrowd. We also were poking in because we worked everything by Valentine's Day. This awesome biohacking talk from one of our favorite biohackers known as simply as Meow. The thing is, it seems like this week everything's going wrong. Like, never mind Texas. Restream has been having issues. The platform that we're normally on, which will open up at the end of the meeting for like a half an hour, was apparently getting doxed all week. We just found out that hostducks.social, our Mastodon instance that you see if you look at the bottom of the bar here on the live stream, is apparently migrating servers. Like, this is the week where apparently everything is Gentoo in production and nothing runs. So we do have a backup, just unfortunately if Meow can't make it. But we really hope that you enjoyed today's meeting because we actually did plan this for a while, and we have some awesome announcements for upcoming show ideas that we have working on, specials we're going to do, and sort of what our next meeting's going to be. So without further ado, we're going to go into the pre-show. It's roughly an hour long. We want to thank the folks out there at the Black Hat USA, aka the suit and tie version of DEFCON, where they think DEFCON is the after party for Black Hat instead of like, not necessarily the other way around, but that Black Hat is the more, it's like a really great loft. It's like a loft apartment over a really great party. We want to shout out to thank them. They have these awesome webinar series, and they always give us like, hey, as long as it's after we show them, you can air them. And because our theme kind of this meeting is about, the ongoing pandemic that's, technically if you factor in when it was first found in China in like late November, December, it's been basically a year. And then for us being on the mainland, it's literally going to be a year next year. It's like one of the worst anniversaries you can celebrate. And since that's kind of the theme here, we've been wanting to do, you're going to see a lot more material from us about healthcare and biohacking and what's going on with COVID-19 and coronavirus. And so our pre-show is titled Health Scare, an Insider's Biopsy of Healthcare Application Security by Seth Fogey and Guy Raz. I got to watch it a couple of days ago. It was really awesome. So I hope you all enjoy the pre-show here. So I'm going to take this out of full screen, and we're going to finagle a bit, and we hope you enjoy this presentation because honestly, it's really good. So enjoy the pre-show while we continue to set up everything else.
Biopsy of Healthcare Application Security, brought to you by Black Hat, Extra Hop, and Informa. I'm Steve Paul with Black Hat, your moderator today. We have just a few announcements before we begin. This webcast is designed to be interactive between you and our presenters, and later in the program we'll ask for your feedback. We strongly encourage participation and are happy to take your questions and comments. You can participate in our Q&A session by asking questions at any time. Just type them into the Ask a Question text box on the bottom left of your console. We'll answer as many questions as time permits after our presentations. Slides will advance automatically throughout the event, and PDF copies of the presentations can be found in the resource box at the bottom of your console. At this time, we recommend you disable your pop-up blockers. And if you're experiencing any technical problems, please visit our webinar help guide by clicking on the Help ? Icon on the bottom right of our console. If slides are not advancing, please press the F5 key on your keyboard to refresh your browser. And now on to the presentation, an insider's biopsy of healthcare application security. Discussing today's topic will be Seth Fogarty, Senior Security Director with Penn Medicine. And then we'll hear from our sponsor presenter, Guy Raz, Senior Systems Engineer with ExtraHop. First, we'll hear from Seth.
All right, thank you, Steve. Welcome today. In this rather interesting topic for myself, Health Scare, Insider Biopsy of Healthcare Application Security, with the subtitle of The $1 Trillion Healthcare Application Security Problem, and we'll get to that later. Just a word of warning for those of you who are multitasking, and I've been guilty of this in the past, this is going to move quick, and it is pretty active and engaging, so just want to give you that heads up. So, my name is Seth Fogarty. I've got 20 years of security experience, various ranges, roles, and functions, but in the last 10 years or so, I've been primarily focused on healthcare. A point of interest is about 16 years ago, before jumping into healthcare, I was able to do some research on Pocket PC and Windows CE. Coming into healthcare, I found that these devices existed all over the place, mainly in the form of biomedical. So since then, there has been some research done on biomedical, and I definitely thank all the people who've gone before me and have made this a subject worth discussing. Is how does it impact? There's also been other research done on DICOM and HL7. So this particular presentation is not about those subjects. We're focused on the application side of things. And many of these applications, you can kind of classify this, what we're going to talk about, as one-day vulnerabilities. HISAC, which the healthcare security group is aware, vendors are aware, but there's no guarantee that the customers of all these vendors are aware, nor even if they are aware that they can do anything about it, because some of these issues just don't have patches available. So we're going to keep the vendors' names and products censored for this, but really at the end of the day, what we want to do is kind of walk through in a kind of escalating fashion what some of these healthcare security application challenges look like, how we took a look at them for both the healthcare community and also the security community, and then provide just guidance to the healthcare security vendors out there, just what not to do in applications, and just general insight for the security community overall. So we can't have a security talk without Alice and Bob, and in particular, we can't have a healthcare talk without patients. And Alice and Bob are going to kind of play that role for us. They've been with us for quite a long time. They've gotten older, and with age comes some healthcare issues. In particular, we're going to be following Bob through the healthcare process of what he experiences, and more importantly, the systems that he may touch in that process and those of workflows with some pancreas issues. In particular, it's going to kind of look like this, walking through each of these different systems as he passes through the patient experience. But we also are going to incorporate Mallory, who's the bad guy in this. What are the risks of these applications? And from the patient side, what's the impact they can experience? So jumping into it, the first major application or system that a person might experience when walking into a healthcare organization is the patient entertainment system. Now, traditionally you think about this as the TV on the wall, but behind the scenes there's a lot of technology that goes into it. Custom applications, payment systems, nurse calls, meal ordering. It does a great number of things besides just show you whatever TV show you might watch. One of the things it does is screencasting, and that gives the doctor or whoever the capability to take the screen, cast it up onto the big display so the patient can see what the doctor's seeing. It's a very useful function. And we took a look at that and wanted to see what kind of controls are in place in this particular aspect of the patient entertainment system. So we opened up the client software, got it installed, opened it up. But yes, before we get to that point, we do want to recognize that if a malware were to be able to access this, the bad guy, there would be patient records available. It would also be able to mess with the patient entertainment system, impact the patient's experience, which, that's not something that a patient wants to experience. It could increase their stress. Ultimately, there's also data and privacy security issues. So back to when we open up the application, we kind of expected to see some kind of authentication, but we were literally just presented with information right out of the gate. So we decided to take this application and feed it through Burp so we could see what was happening behind the scenes. And Burp is just a proxy program that allows us to monitor web requests and see the traffic flowing. So we did that and saw this request. There's no real authentication included in here. And more to the point, the results were a rather large dump of XML data that included some key critical pieces of information, such as the date of birth, the first name, last name, patient number, and room number. So it's important to recognize when talking about healthcare that you get to a point where a breach occurs if this was to occur in the wild and somebody were to compromise this. And the magic number here is 500. If it's over 500, that breach becomes a wall of shame type of event, and it brings a lot of scrutiny and potential fines and other things along with it. So we never really want to ever see that, nor do we ever want to see any patient information disclosed, but 500 is almost like a magic number. So after seeing this information, we go back to the screen and click on Bob's number, name and room number there, and we type in a PIN number. Now we expect that PIN number to be transferred over to a server, validated. I mean, granted, it is only a 4-digit PIN, which is a problem unto itself. So we take a look behind the scenes again, look for that PIN, and start looking around, see the web request that occurs, and we don't see 1234, but we do see another value, 9284. Which appears to be generated by the client and then passed to the other side for some kind of validation. As we learned, it's really just displayed on the screen. So we take this 9284 and we plug that into the code, and sure enough, we end up with access to the ability to screencast to the patient's device. So in short, there was no authentication to get to that XML dump, and then when we got to the screen, there was a PIN, but the PIN was created on the client, meaning the aspect of the piece of the code that was in our hands, and it was also validated by the code that was in our hands, which makes it completely ineffective from a security perspective. So at the end of the day, there were 500 records. The complexity of this was not very high, and the impact, because there were more than 500 records, is considered what we would consider that to be high. And we want to evaluate this from a risk perspective because it gives us a little context when we're talking about how we need to evaluate this in objective terms, at least as objective as we can get. So moving on to the next system, Bob, if he's going through a process, is going to end up getting some kind of procedure done, and that procedure is going to have some kind of documentation system associated to it. These aren't always just the EMR. These are also peripheral systems that tie into the EMR, or the electronic medical record system. In this case, we take a look at this clinical productivity software, and this software is capturing things like what occurred. It has instructions, it has accuracy, and it's built to measure outcomes. It's also designed to capture all these procedural elements so you can then code it correctly, which that translates into insurance and then downstream into insurance billing and costs like that. So, from a bad guy perspective, if malware got in, there's lots of patient information. If they can modify that data, it can lead to any number of situations, such as potentially higher costs, lower costs maybe, incorrect or missing diagnoses, and obviously the loss of data and privacy security. So we wanted to take a look at this software, and we pulled it down, and we want to take a look at from a different perspective, and this being the actual client software itself. When we take a look at client software, there's a large majority of the client software is designed in .NET. It's a Microsoft platform. It's easy to code in, but .NET can be reversed and decompiled rather easily. And when we can do that, we can search for kind of keywords that we know are points of weakness and vulnerability in these programs. And we search for these kind of keywords, whether it's encryption or decrypt or login or failed or username. These are all keywords we like to search for just to see what we can find. So we did that in this case, and we found a validate user and password function. That's pretty standard. When we drilled out into it, we discovered that there was also a backdoor mentioned, not in addition to a daily password. This definitely got our attention, so we drilled down in the daily password and came to this particular piece of algorithm here that we literally could copy out and paste into .NET Fiddle, which is an online C# compiler, and it produced what we were assuming is the daily password of the day that is effectively an 8-character long password. We took that password back to our program, plugged in the username of backdoor, plugged in that password, and sure enough, we were granted full administrator access to the application through this username and password, which gave us access to everything we wanted to do inside the application. Now, there were other vulnerabilities in addition to this, but effectively they all led to the same result in that we had full control over the application through the vulnerabilities. Now, in this case, the measurement of risk is significant because we were able to access over 100,000 records. And a complexity just as simple as decompiling a .NET and discovering a backdoor. Impact high, complexity pretty low, makes this a significant finding. So the next application that Bob could come into is the pharmacy dispensary system, just because typically in a procedure, you're going to get some kind of medication along the way. And these systems are important in hospital organizations because they help you do a lot of wonderful things when it comes to the tracking of medication, not to mention it gives you the ability to disperse it throughout an organization and track it centrally. So it's meant to allow for the secure and safe tracking. It's meant for auditing. It's meant for inventory control, but also for theft control too. So these systems, from a bad guy's perspective, it has a pretty significant, there's patient data. You could steal drugs. You can modify drug information. From a patient's perspective, if any of that happens, you could end with an overdose or underdose. Theft is obviously a concern, and then data privacy security is also part of the equation here. So in this particular application, we decided to take a look, and one of the components of the application was an authorized user share, which grants the authorized users, which unfortunately is pretty much everybody and as far as a logged in perspective in Active Directory, to the share. Now the share had a configuration file, but the configuration file was encrypted. But in the same share was the binaries that were used as part of the program. So here's an example of what the configuration file looked like, but if we are already shown that we can decompile binaries, gain access to all the algorithms, and if we have these secrets, then are these secrets even secrets? Are they exposed secrets? So we took a look behind the scenes, and we focused on the SQL account. And in this case, we found that there was a reference to a decryption routine inside of one of the DLL files. So these DLL files are important because you can literally take a DLL file and copy it out and drop it into a new .NET program, reference it, and you will have the functionality of everything in that DLL file. So we played around with it and tried to do just that. And when we did that, it basically came down to a one-line program that we were able to use to decrypt that SQL password information inside the configuration file. And what we found was the SA password, which is effectively called the root account of your SQL server. It's the administrator account, and we found a password, which the password looked like it was kind of like a vendor default as well. We went back and started looking at the user accounts, and this wasn't as easy as just copying a DLL file. We had to look through the code, but in the code there was a static key defined, and there was the algorithm used to decrypt that data. So like we did before with the SQL part, we just kind of copied that code out, made a new binary, and we were able to access these encrypted secrets that were in the configuration file, which means they weren't really secret. But the end result is that we were able to gain access to an administrator account for the server, an admin account for the application. But we wanted to go a little bit deeper and see what the SQL account gave us access to. And we connected to the SQL server, and we noticed that there was a user account table in there. Inside of that table were all the usernames and encrypted passwords. But the encryption algorithm that we were able to decrypt the user accounts with was the same decryption algorithm that we were able to decrypt these user accounts with, so we had access to all those accounts as well. When we did that, we found some more challenges, such as up to 10 default vendor password accounts were stored in there, which again, at the end of the day, it gave us access to the server, the application. We were able to go into the cabinets. We were able to look at the cabinets, open the cabinets, modify the cabinets, create our own user accounts under whatever level of privilege we wanted to, and effectively even open the cabinets and gain access to the drugs that are in them. So obviously, this is another what I would consider a high critical finding. Over 100,000 records are effectively exposed, but all because self-contained algorithms that can be pulled out were being used to encrypt a configuration file that was then exposed to the network. So moving down to the next piece, you know, if you're, especially if it's in a pancreas type of scenario, there may be some insulin or some other things that need to be kept in a controlled environment in a refrigerator. And there's temperature monitoring systems that are used to monitor these environments. So we decided to take a look at the temperature monitoring system. It does more than just monitor medicines. It also monitors, you know, the blood, the food, any kind of specialty item that needs to be in a controlled environment. And they're used across the board in different industries besides just healthcare. So in this particular temperature monitoring system, there was no PHI, but it's regulated content that's in there. So if you were able to disable or mess with the sensor data, disable and monitor altogether, it would definitely have an impact on the patient, whether it be poisoning or ineffective medication. The impact can be definitely real. So in this case, we decided to install the application and take a look at how the application operated behind the scenes from a traffic perspective to see if we could learn something. And we wanted to do this just to understand special protocols. This is another element of application security that we look at in the organization. So we set up a test account. We started looking behind the scenes at Wireshark and started to look at, you know, person logging in, creation of new accounts, creation of new groups, and we started to notice a pattern here of the integer number followed by a command followed by some special data that then would result in some data back from the server. And in short, we ended up with a short list of client commands. There were many more than this, but we noticed that we had the ability to dump group account details. So with a focus on our own test account, we decided to just create a little Scapy script that would allow us to just send that raw data right to the server and see what came back. And we focused on the general user group, which we had created just as a test to see what would happen. And it came back with the user ID, the username, and the password, along with some other information. So with that in mind, we kind of dumbed down the approach and went straight for just netcat and just sent in a request for the administrators group. And once again, it did actually come back with the username, the user ID, and the passwords for all the administrators of that application. So at this point, we were able to log in as an administrator to that temperature monitoring system backend and took a look at the one of the devices, which happened to be red, just to get a better understanding of what's out there on the floor per se. And these are effectively they're IoT devices. They're just plugged in, they're monitoring the temperature, and they're feeding it back to the server. But they all have these web presences on them, so you can monitor and configure and whatever else. So we pulled up the page, found this rather simple login page, and took a look behind the scenes just at the HTML, a reference to a www directory, which we opened up. It had file indexing enabled, with some Perl files that we were able to click on and open up, and we found yet another password of the day function. But beyond that, we also found some hard-coded cookie values that were in there that we decided to plug into a cookie editor and refreshed our browser, and at that point, we were able to gain access to the screen as the admin of that device. At this point, looking through the options there, we found a ping out test option, and these are kind of notorious for having command execution vulnerabilities in them. So we gave it a shot to see if we could extract out the password file of the device, and sure enough, it not only gave us the password file, but it also gave us hashes in that password file, which kind of indicates the level of security on the device. Taking those hashes, we dropped them in John, decrypted them in about a second, at least one of the passwords, and from that we deduced that this is a device that's available effectively. The image is available online. You can download it, and it has a default username and password that's accessible to get into it. And since we had the username and password, we did log in, started to look around. The goal here was to see if we could get root on the device. Now, we did discover several different ways to get root, but one of the more interesting ways was within the web content itself. There was a run SU command, which is run as super user. So we decided to give it a shot and see if we could plug our own function in there, and we basically just pointed it back to a listening netcat instance and to establish a reverse shell back to our device. When we ran that, sure enough, we got a connection, and we were root. So at the end of the day, the server was compromisable and the IoT device was compromisable. The complexity wasn't really super high on all this. And the impact, just because it wasn't PHI, we gave it a medium, but still definitely falls within the red zone there that we don't want to see. So the next system that we took a look at was a nurse call system. And generally speaking, a nurse call system is, most people think of it as the button that you hit and it brings a nurse. But it's integrated into all kinds of other things behind the scenes. That has a lot of tracking capability, including patient information. So from a bad guy's perspective, there's patient data. But if somebody can take over the nurse call system, they could do some rather interesting things. Even the idea of nurse swatting, such as sending a nurse to the room every 5 minutes, would be very frustrating for a patient. But not to mention the data and privacy and security issues. So we decided to take a look at the application. And then this time, we wanted to dig inside of it, and we started to notice that there were some potential logic issues. Like the other applications, this one's also .NET. And when we dug into it, we started to see how the program flowed. And it sent the username and a hash off to the database. And the database then would run a store procedure and return an integer value. So here's a list of integer values with success being 0. So taking a look inside the code, we decided to connect to it, but we took it a step further and we're able to debug this code. So since it's a full client, we can hook the program and run the debugger and actually watch the program operate in memory. So we do this and we find the authentication component of the program, the function there, and we let it flow down and we see that the result when we're running it normally comes back as user locked. Because I tried the administrator account out too many times. But we can change that result value into a 0, which equals success if you recall. But we can do more than that and just do this in the debugger using various programs and methods. You can make this you can not only debug it, but you can save the new version off. So we want to make this 0 all the time, meaning the program will always return a successful authentication. So we edit the code here, make it a 0 value is always returned, recompile the DLL or exe, don't remember which in this case, but we save the patch version off, and as it turns out, when we put the admin username in with any password now, it'll open up and we have access to the nurse call system with the capability to select beds, select rooms, and send nurses to that location. So this program also had a server-side element to it, which we want to take a look at as well. And using the same common procedure we did before, we just take a look at the code and see what kind of secrets there are embedded in it. We found the backdoor again, but not just one backdoor in this case. We actually found 3 backdoors in the program, which could give the malicious actor access to the back end. Again, there's patient information and controls there that could really mess with the nurse call system and then the patient experience. So in this case, the patient records are over 500. You got to keep in mind with a lot of these systems that 500 is a rolling number. So you might have 500 patients in a hospital one day, but the next day you might have another set of patients adding on to that. So over time, you'd end up with a broader exposure. But still, the complexity here is not high. We're using off-the-shelf tools, basically, not really going crazy with them, and the impact is definitely above that 500 number. So in our opinion, makes it high. So the next system that we take a look at is the radiology reading. For this case, if you had a pancreas issue, you'd probably get an MRI or some kind of scan of it just to see how it looks. And you do this because you want to keep track of the state over time. You want to document it. You want to send it off to a radiologist to have them look at it to see if there's any lesions or any other kinds of wounds that might be on there. And so it's definitely a system that has patient information that, again, if a bad guy got in, they could access, modify, delete it, which back to the patient perspective would lead to incorrect diagnoses and the privacy and security issues. So this program is very similar to the last one, except it's not .NET. But that doesn't mean all these things still don't apply. We still go into the program with in this case, IDA, but there's other tools out there too. And you do the same kind of search for functions that have references to keywords of interest. So we look for words like password and authentication. We find them in the program, and we eventually drill down to a piece of the program. You can see this graph view here, which allows us to pull out and note that there's two functions that control how this program flows. Password matches hash and password is valid. Now, we can modify the binary of an EXE by just changing what's called opcodes, and it translates down into its hex version. You can see the highlighted code here. To basically flip the logic on this particular algorithm, it's an if statement. So we just basically need to make that if statement go in reverse. So instead of saying if the password matches, continue, we're going to flip it and say if the password doesn't match, continue. And we do that by just basically changing the 75 in this case to a 74, resaving it off, and the end result ends up being this, where you see the old with the jump not 0, J and Z value, the new is a JZ value, and it saves it off, and as a result, the logic has been flipped on its head. So in this case, all we need to do is put in the wrong password, and it will work. And we have a support account we know that from another vulnerability that exists in this program, but plug in the password of A, and boom, we have access to a system now and the radiology images inside of it. In addition to that, this particular system used the same binaries for the administrator function for the usernames and the storage of passwords and configuration and stuff included in that as well. So we're able to gain access to that component of the application as well and effectively have fully compromised application. So again, in this case, there were over 1,000 records. I'll still kind of say this isn't overly complicated. It gets a little bit trickier with IDA, but it's definitely a high-level impact vulnerability. And you should be catching a theme here that a lot of this is tied to the client-side component of this and the broken logic and the inserting of backdoors and other things that vendors have included in these client applications. So the final system we want to look at here is the EMR downtime system. This kind of is an overarching enterprise system that needs to exist because your EMR sits in a data center, but as we know, network issues happen, networks can break, and we need a way to keep our patients' information out to the floor, at least the important information that's needed to let the clinical staff know, what's that patient there for? Are there any allergies or anything like that that we need to be worried about? What medicines are they on, those kind of things. So we do that through the function of a downtime device. These are encrypted. Often generic authentication is required, but there are certain things around that, but still you got to be able to authenticate locally to the device, because if it's completely offline, that's the only way to be able to authenticate to it. Now the reports are encrypted. The access reports do require username and password, and that means you need to have some kind of localized authentication in order to validate a username and password locally on that device. But if we've learned anything so far from the rest of the issues here, is that client-side security is hard to do, and it becomes a very difficult task. So we want to take a look and see what we could access. The user prompt is the first place we started, and behind the scenes, the logic outlines a flow here where the password is matched. In this case, all we had to do is remove that function. Just get rid of it altogether, remove that function, and it redefined the logic.
The only person in this
check to see if the user account was locked. If it wasn't locked, it would allow us into the application where we can see the patient records on that downtime device. And in that process, we noticed that there was also a function there that loaded and decrypted the user table. So we decided to use the modification techniques that we talked about earlier, and we were able to insert some extra code here that allows us to export out that decrypted data that gets decrypted in memory, and we export it out to a text file, which gave us access to the user accounts and the hashes associated with those user accounts. Now, we have user accounts and hashes, but how do we recreate the hash? If we look back in the program again, we have the algorithm that's needed to do that decryption, because any password that's entered has to be hashed to validate it against the password table. So we have the algorithm, we have the password table, we can put those two pieces together and basically create our own little cracking program. And after trying it out, we definitely were able to illustrate that it is possible to take that static password and username and password hash table, take it offline, and just let it crack. And while the hashing algorithm is a strong one, which slows down the cracking capability, it's an offline process, which means it's a matter of time and compute power. One thing we also noticed is that as of last year, the way that this was set up in the organizations we talked to was that the generic user spaces where the login prompt lived, but it interacted with services that lived in service account space, which was running under the system account, which is a local administrator account. And those executables were basically referencing DLL files that we had been able to modify. So since we were able to modify those DLL files, and it was running in the context of a local administrator effectively, we could easily add extra code to those DLL files and make ourselves a local administrator. At this point, we had full access to the complete downtime device, and that gave us the ability to get inside the configuration of the downtime device, and we noticed that there's a shared key that is shared between all the downtime devices and the downtime server. It's the same key, it's a static key, and then that's the way it's designed. In addition, there's an option that you can turn your downtime device into a central downtime device for the whole organization, which means all the reports for all the other downtime devices can be pulled into that one downtime device. So we wanted to see if we could extract this device key out. So we went through the same process. We looked for that device key in memory, and we found the location. We were able to effectively hook it and extract that key directly out of the downtime device. And when we're able to do that, it means if we can take an extracted key and import it into our own device, point it to the downtime server that we want to send it to, we've effectively spoofed or created our own downtime device without ever knowing the original key. We just pulled the encrypted version out of memory and dropped it right into ours. So at the end of the day, this was a little bit more complex to do, especially when you look at all the back end, the backstory stuff that you had to do to get to it. But the number of patient records was over 13,000. We tested this out across organizations to see how it would work, and we're able to successfully perform the attack across an organization into another organization. That number is a sliding number as well, so the number of patients in a hospital system in one day continues to grow over time. So, in summary, this is just a short list. You can kind of see how each of these build each other, from just looking at burp to decompiling to looking at the protocols to then looking for logic errors and effectively patching and even inserting other code in there to get other functionality out of it. As far as the summary goes, I mean, I'll just leave this here for vendors. Don't do these things. These are very, I won't say simple, but these are things that make applications insecure. So back to the $1 trillion subject, a healthcare record can be anywhere between, and this is really subjective depending on who you talk to, $10 to $1,000 per record. In this particular presentation, we had about 225,000 records that were effectively able to be exposed. They weren't exposed, but that's the risk that we were talking about. If we put some dollar amounts onto that, it's 2.25 million to 225 million, just for our presentation and the scope of systems we looked at. Extrapolate that out, and you can see how there's a lot of money that's on the table as a result of these kinds of vulnerabilities. Not to mention, we know that ransomware can be customized to take advantage of these kind of vulnerabilities to shut down organizations as well. And many of these particular vulnerabilities included aspects of local administrator access to servers, which could further be an entry point for ransomware. So where to from here? Well, healthcare community, we've been sharing a lot, and we definitely need to collaborate and share more on these, let our other organizations know that these exist. Security community, we need a higher level awareness. So in the next pen test, while domain admin is definitely a noteworthy goal to shoot for, if you're targeting a healthcare organization, see if there's an application that can be brought into scope. Because sometimes healthcare, especially smaller ones, don't have the resources to necessarily go digging around to go looking for these applications. But pen testers, you have the skills, you can do that. And for vendors, please please take some of these vulnerabilities and note that they exist and avoid them in the applications that you deliver for us, but ultimately they're delivered to our patients as well. So with that said, I'd just like to thank Black Hat, and I'm going to turn it back over to Steve.
Wow, great job, Seth. Thanks very much. Excellent presentation. Next, we're going to hear from our sponsor, presenter, Guy Raz, Senior Systems Engineer with ExtraHop. So I'd like to turn it over to you, Guy, and then when Guy is finished, we're going to take some questions from our audience. So over to you.
Thanks, Steve. I don't know about everyone else on this call, but after hearing Seth talk, I know I'm scared a little bit. We'll talk a little bit today about how to secure some of these environments using network detection and response tools, specifically ExtraHop RevealX in this case. Things that come to mind specifically with the situation of the world today is the new healthcare reality. The healthcare industry is not super familiar with being on the front lines when it comes to these security teams. You're already accountable for delivering the highest level of patient satisfaction, maintaining patient trust, achieving operational and fiscal efficiencies. And with these new demands and stresses, there's increased requirements for exposing security vulnerabilities, meeting increased access, safeguarding all this data at scale. The bottom line here is, and as Seth kind of demonstrated, the stakes are high, right? They're very high because we're talking about healthcare information, and it's really scary. Arming our teams, arming our security teams, our operations teams, our administrators, our vendors with situational intelligence. This gives our SecOps teams, our IT ops teams, the ability to answer these tough questions when it comes to IoT devices, monitoring information across our AD and our web tiers, IoT devices, and all of these other deployments. And as Seth demonstrated, answering these in real time with real context, leveraging real powerful solutions is kind of the next generation of how we can resolve these problems or catch them before a real attacker like Mallory comes in and takes advantage of our systems. One of these solutions in the space, the one that we represent, RevealX 360, is an always-on, never-seen solution. It takes a very unique approach with no need to install agents on any of these devices. As many of you know, the increasing number of IoT solutions means not only do you not want to install additional software on these, in a lot of cases you can't. ExtraHop in this RevealX option is also the only cloud-native SaaS-based delivery solution. It's cloud delivered, meaning hosted and managed. It's cloud agnostic, meaning no matter where your workloads are, ExtraHop's able to provide additional visibility. And looking at this with an out-of-band spec without interfering means that these attackers are not only able to not see us when we're catching them, but also we can interact and interfere in a much more secure way. We deliver this through very intuitive UI information with integrations across the entire info system. And no matter if we're talking about the users, the administrators, or the rest of the environment, it's a unified approach across the entire premises. Example here of one of the UI instances that ExtraHop's able to provide, device identification when it comes to IoT. What these devices are actually doing. As a security organization, it's important to us to not only understand what devices are on our network, but what these devices are capable of doing, what they're supposed to be doing, and more importantly, what are they actually doing? So when we see scenarios like in this case, a phone device, right? A VoIP phone device answering SSH connections, this is a problem, right? This is a way for an attacker to get in. This isn't a way for an attacker to compromise our systems, and it's something that we need to make our organizations aware of and patched. We'll do a case study really quickly about one of these VoIP phone attacks that we've seen at some of our customers. Because the ExtraHop system is a completely passive solution, RevealX is able to not only automatically identify devices, it's able to automatically understand when devices are behaving similarly. So in this case, we've got a VoIP phone of a Cisco type model running specific software. This was automatically discovered with almost no input from the customer. The RevealX system, using its cloud-native ML, was able to identify segments within the environment that are all acting the same. So in this case, we can see that there's a group of Polycom devices, additional VoIP phones that act similar to this device, but there was an unconventional transfer. So now we're not only seeing when all of these IoT devices and automatically discovering them, but now ExtraHop is able to also provide context around when one of these IoT devices is acting differently than the rest. Using that same type of baselining for understanding what's normal, alerts can become very valuable. The goal here is not alert cannoning. The goal here is to provide real-time context for when devices behave differently, for anomalies on the wire. And because it's done in a cloud native and a passive option, this is how we stay hidden from an attacker and are unable to be turned off. Having additional contextual information here, we can see not only what this device is doing differently, we can see what devices it was talking to. So instead of answering its normal connections, in this scenario, we were able to identify that the victim device was talking to devices outside of the user's network, and not only that, acting differently than the rest of its infrastructure. And then finally, because the ExtraHop solution is able to provide all this context, there's also additional investigation steps. There's data behind the alert, there's data moving forward, and there's always suggestions into what you should do moving forward to not only prevent this happening now, but prevent this happening again in the future. RevealX starts with the power of this wired data. And as we know from healthcare, finding an attack is just one part of it. Investigating the attack is a whole different problem. And we have attackers that sit in our network waiting for access, waiting for information. This means that the value of data over time becomes really important. Having immediate traffic, like Seth demonstrated, with packets in order to be able to expose where we see unencrypted payloads, where we see passwords in plain text, where we see suspicious malware and suspicious files transferring over the network is very important in today's space. But as we look back in time, it's also important to note where all of this started happening. So the RevealX solution takes a really unique approach to this, giving the ability to not only investigate problems that are happening now, but also storing data for long term so that you can investigate problems that happened in the past. One of the things top of mind for a lot of people these days is obviously sunburst. We saw a lot of increase in sunburst traffic. This was detections that we provided our customers months ago based on anomalous command and control back channeling. And for customers who didn't have our solution at the time, we were able to also search through some historical data and provide context for them around these types of command and control back channels. An example of how we did this for one of our customers, Sunburst used a DNS mechanism for its initial compromise vector. This means that we saw requests on the wire for particular domains. Because of our ability to parse those application layer protocols, very similar to the Wireshark that Seth showed us, we have the ability to provide context. Did these DNS transactions get responded to? Was there a record response with a malicious attack payload? And then understanding that once these transactions do complete, there are some other backdoor channels that get created. Watching that entire stream is critical when we're talking about healthcare security, because it's not just what happens or how did the attacker get in, it's what did they do once they were able to gain access to our system. Did they overwrite local DLL files? Did they modify host file entries? Did they create domain user controls? These are all things that if you're not watching for are going to be hard to miss. The data on the wire here is kind of the important part. Preventing a breach is important. We're in an unfortunate world when it's not if something happens, it's when something happens. Preventing these breaches is the answer, right? You don't need more alerts. You need high fidelity answers that you can trust. This means additional machine learning. This means additional AI. There's so much data that's traversing through our infrastructures today that relying on people and individuals to look at this data is just insufficient. There's too much amounts of information that needs to be processed. Complete visibility, accurate detection, forensic tracking. Analysts really need to see intruders move across the network as well. Some NDR solutions don't start gathering these forensic records until detections fire. RevealX captures everything all the time and saves it for minimum of 90 days. So you've got all the evidence you need to respond and watch this as it happens. There's a ton of references within the industry. You can see a couple comments here from a few of our customers today. We are growing and here to help. And that's kind of all we've got for you today. We've got an online interactive demo that we'd love for you to go take a look and kind of walk through some of the attack scenarios, showing you how we can help with things like supply chain attacks, zero-day exploits, insider threats. If you can identify and stop sophisticated attacks 84% faster, which is what we're seeing with a lot of our customers, would that be of value to your business? We like to think so. Steve, I'm going to give it back to you, but I'd like to thank everyone for joining our call today.
Okay, nice job. Thanks very much. So two great presentations. Before we go to our audience Q&A, just want to remind our audience to please fill out the feedback form survey that is on your computer console. We greatly appreciate it if you give us some feedback there. Also want to invite you to our upcoming webcast. We're going to push out our next webcast for February 25th, and it's on threat hunting, IOCs, or anomalies. So check that out. Hope to see you in a couple of weeks there. And let's take a couple of questions. We already have a number of them in here, so thank you very much. We're going to kick it off with Seth. Question from Kyle. These applications that you're showing the vulnerabilities for, are they cloud-hosted or internally hosted? And would an attacker need to gain access to the network first, or can they attack these systems completely outside of the hospital system? Take it away.
Thanks, Steve. That's a great question, and it is a good perspective to add to this. These are internal applications. My focus for this particular subject was the client-server applications that exist within the healthcare system. To look at some of the other questions that are out there and kind of tie them into this, healthcare systems have been notoriously hard to secure. Solutions that are out there, such as our sponsor, AFROCrowd, are helping to do that. But taking a very disparate group of functions, whether it's medical device, whether it's regular IoT, whether it's clinical devices specifically, whether it's applications, they're all in the network together, and segmenting them and building those walls up is very hard. Doesn't mean we aren't doing it. Doesn't mean that not many projects in motion, but it is happening. Still, putting the bad guy hat on, once the network is compromised, it kind of becomes that, I hate to use the key phrase there, but zero trust. We kind of want to look at this from the perspective of zero trust. If a PC is compromised, whatever's on that PC is compromised. And all these applications that I've discussed today are client-side applications that have the full client living on the PCs, which is all I looked at, minus the one reference to a server there, when I was investigating these applications, and when actually members of my team were looking at these applications. And that's all that was needed. So those binaries can be taken off, put on whatever else, and torn apart, looked at, reverse engineered, debugged, whatever else needed to happen to discover the things that were found. In addition to this, I will say that in this research, and we did look at other applications that were cloud hosted, and I have also been part of bug bounties and stuff that I know that the same issues exist out there as well. And in fact, one great piece of research that just came out from Knight Inc. It's about, if you search Knight with a K, Inc. and mHealth, you'll see a report that was just published covering 30 different mobile health applications. And it's the same kind of issues with APIs that are fully exposed. So I hope that answers that particular question. The problem lives everywhere. We only looked at internal. It was just client software, and it was with the concept of zero trust.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. We have another question here from Jacob. Would continuous vulnerability scanning be a good option for healthcare? Maybe Guy wants to take that, or? Either feel free.
Yeah, I can take that one. So great question, Jacob. The short answer is, in my opinion, vulnerability scanning is a decent option, but it's not comprehensive. First of all, it's injecting additional traffic into our network, which, as we know, from healthcare operations days, that network is already overutilized in a lot of scenarios. It's not necessarily the best utilization of that traffic. Secondly, as we just saw with the sunburst attack, there are active scanners can be infiltrated. They can be they can be inserted with some malicious CI/CD pipeline supply chain attacks, but more so that's something that can be deactivated. And that's kind of the scary part for me when it comes to vulnerability scanner. I certainly consider it part of a comprehensive approach to security, but one of the reasons that ExtraHop and RevealX specifically has done really well within the healthcare industry is it's a completely passive approach. So as we see vulnerabilities crossing the wire, we're able to present them to the user as opposed to looking for them actively. The other problems with vulnerability scanners is they typically require some administrative permissions. They typically require opening up firewalls to allow the scanners to get to other locations. Again, I don't think that it's a problem, but I wouldn't put all my eggs in that one basket.
Okay, fantastic. Let's see, another question here. What is the role that HIPAA and HITRUST will play? Should or could it play a stronger role? Either, gentlemen?
Yeah, I'll jump on this one. So this is one of those fascinating aspects of healthcare. So HIPAA's there. HIPAA does its job, and it's doing its job. It's basically a policy statement saying make your stuff secure. HITRUST is kind of like the framework that you use to implement what HIPAA has defined. It's a way of getting those controls in place, putting a framework around it, and putting that rubber to the road, so to speak. When it comes to the vendor applications, they aren't necessarily going to be held up to those kind of standards, but they can be held up to parts of those standards, and through the use of questionnaires and through just higher level of accountability with the software vendors, and that's a challenge, no doubt about it. Even in this talk here, I will say that some of the vendors were responded very well and implemented fixes for the bugs, sometimes just for us, sometimes for their product. But some of the other vendors didn't do anything, said they couldn't do anything, said they didn't even have access to the code to fix it because it was part of a merger and acquisition. And that's just kind of the nature of the beast. So what do you do in those situations? And then again, I just want to stress this isn't legacy software problem. It's also a new software problem, as just illustrated by many people who have been releasing reports and stuff on healthcare application security overall.
Okay, thanks.
I don't know if you want to weigh in.
Go ahead.
No, I completely agree. There is HIPAA and HITRUST are part components. They're great frameworks that we've seen come through. The problems that I'm seeing with a lot of my customers is that they don't necessarily give you the recommendations on how to protect these environments. There's a lot of different approaches to this, as Seth mentioned, and what I'd like to see is a stronger recommendation from some of these ISACs as to how to implement proper approaches to these solutions, whether it comes to our built-in applications, our third parties, and or our vendors.
Okay, gentlemen, let's try one more question here. What would you say are the common results when interacting with vendors and your internal management when the vulnerabilities are found?
So I've had a range of experiences in interacting with vendors. Again, some of them are very quick to respond. I've had very few vendors that have given me any negative feedback, but it's really the kind of the complacent ones are the ones that say that, well, we aren't addressing that in any version. You need to upgrade. And then, there's a very, very big price tag tied to any upgrade. And sometimes these are just 3 PCs, but the price tag can be, 6 figures. Management, I've been fortunate. Management generally has been supportive of recommendations, but it comes down to what recommendation can you offer. So really, it's a risk-based control we have to do. We know it's vulnerable, but what can we do? We can't really rip it out. So what can we do to remediate or reduce the risk? And oftentimes, such as the temperature monitoring system that we discussed, the only solution there was to disable some of the pieces that we could of the environment, but at the end of the day, we had to pretty much network isolate the whole entire system. And management was fine with that, and understood the risk and understood the remediation efforts and what it would take, because it wasn't too crazy. It was supportive and willing to do that.
Okay, and got a few moments here, maybe from Joshua. There was mention made of verifying VoIP VoIP connections via make and model. What are some software tools that can help to accomplish this?
I can take that one. So first of all, RevealX can do that. There are some other IoT-specific softwares that are able to do things like OS fingerprinting. There's obviously some open source solutions that require some active scanning in order to be able to do that. Here at ExtraHop and with RevealX, we kind of believe that this identification, this make and model, is really a feature, not necessarily a product that needs to be done, because just identifying these devices.
Hello, everyone out there. So we are back. We're a little bit behind on that whole pre-show thing, but I hope you really enjoyed that insight into how essentially you can, unfortunately, prone medical facilities, because as biohackers will keep saying until they're blue in the face, one of the terrible things about the medical industry is that that basically no one will actually solve a bug or an issue or whatever until someone literally physically dies. So, that's what makes the whole medical field really scary. So that just shows you the perspective of, like, especially during COVID-19, the type of stuff that unfortunately both, and here's the note, it's not even like, I hate using this term, but like alien threats. It's not even like existential threats. But threats outside the United States. It's not like these are like Russians or North Koreans. Like, this is like internal U.S. American citizens who are doing ransomware and stuff like that on hospital facilities. Because why not? Because welcome to this place. So we hope you enjoyed that pre-show. I wanted to, because I realized we're getting a little bit over time here, so I want to try to help out our next speaker. I also want to reiterate again that if you like what you see, you can like, share, subscribe on Twitch, DLive, and YouTube. And that also, because now we're going to get into the live portion of the show, if anyone has any questions about and our speakers in chat, please let us know. We love talking with chat. Otherwise, as I always say, keep lurking, keep learning. And one last fix before we go in, I'm going to type this in the chat. So that previous link, as G.I. Jack, our co-founder, sitting back there, have found out,
the account has been suspended.
Apparently it's been suspended, and I looked it up, and apparently they actually switched to to avoid, I think it was like confusion or whatever, about like, I think there was like two URLs that were like too similar, and so they were worried that people might bump to another thing. They moved to a different URL.
Oh, I got you.
So,
should have put 302 in there, but...
Yes. Let's see, for good. Okay. So I'm typing in chat now. It's not the exact link, but this is their new page, which is feedingtexas.networkforgood.com. And after the stream, we will go on to our blog post and we'll update that URL. We can't do that right now because we're live. I know. So let's get the show on the road. So I'm gonna kind of help put our speakers on so they can speak. So we're gonna now switch over to the other stream here. As my eyes start wigging out because the door is open over here. Let's see. We're gonna turn the camera back on. This is me being like old man side pocket. There we go. And let's go to our big blue button room. By the way, stick around. We are going to eventually get to and hang out in our big blue button room. Okay, what the hell just happened? Welcome to another episode of Nothing Actually Works, apparently. So this is going to be fun. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna put this back to the screen over here. We're gonna go back to the face screen, as now we continue to figure out what the hell just happened to our room. I will note again, and I actually post the link in chat, that unfortunately the amazing open source people who let's do this, who host our Big Blue Button are unfortunately getting have been for the past couple of days have been getting DDoSed by other European threats outside of Germany that, you know, are kind of not being in Russia. So that's been going on. So hopefully that's not because of that, because if so, I might have to reload the session. Oh, great, we're running into this crap again. Ah, wonderful. This is rich. Great. We're gonna attempt to try this. So basically, there is an issue with Big Blue Button in general, and the problem is that, and I'm gonna unmute myself. Hi, Sherry. Can you hear me? Okay, so question, did you have like a presentation material for this? Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Because we had this weird issue where for some reason it kicked us out of our own room and we had to come back in because this host service unfortunately is getting DDoSed by threat actors. What we are going to do, and this is fine because you need the password for this, we're gonna let you go on. And then we're going to wait till our next speaker shows up, and we're going to generate a new room for them. Because unfortunately, if you host something and then you log out, and actually, let me just double check something here. Because normally the issue here... Oh, I see what happened. I want you to try something, if you can. Can you click on our name in the user section on the left side? What are the options that are there? Yeah. That's it? Do us a huge favor and promote us to moderator. Because the issue is that if you are a mod and then you leave, it will unmod you if you log back in, because there's no permanent user IDs in Big Blue Button unless you build them. Yeah. Thank you. And so hopefully this way, when our next speaker comes in a bit, we should be able to, because they have presentation material. so that's what's been going on. And I know the whole thing, most of it's in German, but don't worry, you're good. We can all see you here.
There's a whole bunch of consonants.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again? Right. And unfortunately, I didn't get to see the person who popped up. I might be able to see on replay. Thank you, Dash886, for
Hack the planet!
following us here in Jack. Honestly, because of my headphones,
right.
when you yell stuff,
yeah.
I can't hear what the speaker's saying.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure do you want to introduce yourself, or should we do like a little prelude introduction, or? Okay, I'll do sort of like a super simple intro thing, and then you can elaborate. So this is Sherry. She's amazing, dead serious. We've been wanting to work together. I'm gonna make you full screen now. We've been wanting to work together, us and DEFCON 2 for a while. She is one of the I'm going to say main people at what's known as AFROCrowd, which is an awesome organization dealing with well, what's interesting, and she'll probably detail this, is not just Wikipedia and Wiki-A-Thon issues, but especially focusing on the African American diaspora, and considering this is Black History Month, which really should be every month, but regardless, it's this month. There's some upcoming things that I think she also wants to talk about. So I do a terrible job of explaining people. Take it away, Sherry. Tell us what you're all about, because it's really cool.
Okay, thank you so much. Can I use your name?
You can refer to me. I don't really care, but I think most people know me as Side Pocket, so you can refer to me as Side Pocket.
So thank you so much, Side Pocket. I've known Side Pocket for a while, and he's amazing and does such cool stuff. There's an echo though, because it looks like it's repeating what I did.
That will occasionally happen. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to temporarily mute myself in the big blue button, and hopefully that will clear that up. So
Okay.
if you don't hear me for a bit,
All
that's
right.
why. So I'm going to do that right now. So take it away.
You are now muted.
Oh, good. That helped. It's still happening. So I'm just going to talk, and you can tell me when to stop. So basically, we have an event that's coming up soon. AFROCrowd is a Wikipedia project that focuses on
You are now unmuted.
improving Wikipedia articles about people of African descent, but also engaging people of African descent on Wikipedia. So everyone from scratch. Do people come to our events? Some don't necessarily have to know how to use the computer technically, but do is we try to engage whoever is interested in Wiki and in Black history, for example, and they join us and we walk them through the process, and then we usually have a speaker or a theme that focuses on Black history or the information of that month, and then we move on from there. We want to make everyone knows that there is a place for them in the community, which is international, which is multilingual, and all over the world. It's just editing Wikipedia articles, for example, writing articles, but it's also doing back end and work as well. And we want to make sure that anyone who has an interest in the wiki world knows that they have a community that's ready to welcome them. So think of us kind of like the welcoming committee for the African diaspora on Wikipedia. And you mentioned my involvement in AFROCrowd. We've been around about 6 years now. We actually started during Black History Month in 2015. Alice Backer founded it, and I joined her about 4 months later, and now I'm the executive director. So we started out in New York City, and then extended to places like New Jersey, where we work together. And beyond that, we've gone to different countries. We have parts in different parts of Africa, as well as Europe and other parts of the world. And so this weekend, from the 25th to the 27th, we're going to be holding Wikipedia events where you can come and edit Wikipedia, as well as Wikidata and other things like that, and help others if you already know how to edit. And on top of that, it's 3 events. So we have one main one, which I'm here to talk about, which is taking place out of the Schomburg in New York City, where we started, and also with NYU Los Angeles, which is obviously in Los Angeles. And we're going to have someone from Imagination Cinema there as a speaker, Mogetsi Kama, and she's the founder of Imagination Cinema, co-founder. And we're also going to be having access to the Schomburg collections, which are really only available for New Yorkers with their library cards. They're going to open it up to participants, which is amazing. And the Schomburg is world known, so this is really a good opportunity. And on top of that, we're going to be welcoming people who are interested in information literacy and talking about ways to improve that at the second part of the event. And so you can reach that event and be a part of it on archeology.org. And then also the next day, we're going to be connecting with people at Oregon State University for an event that focuses on the Pacific Northwest, where we'll have a speaker from Spelman, Alexandria Lockett, who's been a Wikipedia for many, many years and used it in her classes. And then on our final day, which is on the 27th, we're going to connect with Wikipedians in Nigeria and different parts of mostly Nigeria, and then also Ghana and community in throughout the wiki world. But the focus for that one will be women leaders of Africa's diaspora. So if you're interested in connecting with African Wikipedians or just Africans who are interested in technology, this is a good opportunity for that. Wikimedia Nigeria and African Women on Board will be joining us for that. Also, you can reach at AFROCrowd.org. And I'm also going to share a direct link for our first event on the 25th in the chat. So I thank you so much for welcoming me here, Side Pocket. Years ago, I know we worked together at the in New Jersey for an event at the Maker Studio. And that was one of the most fun events, and it was so cool. Other people who are part of DEFCON, and I'm just very glad that we were able to connect today.
Yes, I was also glad too. Are you able to hear me fine? Okay. Because we did some stuff, and then I actually have to help the next speaker log in, but I do want to bring up, so yeah, one of the cool things about AFROCrowd is that I like that you not only just deal with the African diaspora in the United States, but just Africans all over the world, and especially with the current situation is now, we should be linking up more digitally and trying to nip that digital divide and the link that you are going to post in this current chat, I will share that in the actual streaming chat. I will.
Anyone is welcome. You don't have to be of African descent. All are welcome. All languages, all backgrounds.
Yep. And a lot of this is, there's a lot of still red links on Wikipedia about individuals, especially those of minority groups, and especially from those who are from African descent. And so I'm glad there's a group like yours who, similar to some of the women and LGBT groups, which you've also helped out and are supportive of, to kind of fill those gaps in, and especially with the whole usually I think the format. Well, in person, we also used to drink during this. It'd be like some wine tasting going on or something.
Yes, we had fun.
And that
have pizza and Wikimedia NYC going to be there too. The Schaumburg on the 25th, and in-person events always have like food and music. That the online format is a little different, but we still hope to be interactive and fun for those who come as well.
Yes, and what do you call it? But normally, kind of the way it goes is there's sort of an introduction about what this is, and then you have a great crash course of how to edit Wikipedia itself, which is a whole other. I'm getting like bad flashbacks of things, so like whole ordeal. But it's actually shockingly simple, and then people kind of like either pick articles or work with people who picked articles, and then it's just a whole building. It's just like a hackathon, except you're hacking. You're hacking like actual language data as opposed to like programming, even though sometimes when you edit Wikipedia, it feels like you're programming. I would just say
people who already know how to edit who can help others edit too.
Right. So if you're also experienced in that, you can come in and help people out. The two last things I would do is there any other like shout outs to like some of the stuff that your organization might be working beyond this month for like some of the upcoming stuff or?
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you said that. So a month we try to do something. Since 2015, we've had at least one event a month. And so next item that's on our list really is we're looking for anyone who's interested in editing items about, for example, newspapers that may be missing. We're focusing on Black newspapers, Caribbean newspapers, or just local newspapers that maybe have died out, that they never had a Wikipedia page, never had on Wiki about them, because we want to help preserve information about local newspapers, especially Black-owned newspapers. Something we're doing, it's called in partnership with an organizer with a guy named Peter Forsyth, called News on Wiki. And then another thing we're doing later on is we're going to be doing focus on translating, because Wikipedia is so is international. We have the opportunity to also connect with information in different languages. But what's needed, especially right now, with most events being online, is translators. So if you speak another language, or if you're just interested in the global context of Wikipedia, we'd love to hear from you as well. And so you can reach out to us on AFROCrowd.org. Again, there's a page to contact us. And you can just put DEFCON 201 so that we know that's how we connected. And you can also just join our mailing list on that page as well. So everything you need is at AFROCrowd.org. And we'd love to stay connected to the DEFCON community.
And I also just want to put out there that if you are super confused of where to find them, if you go to defcon201.org, our website, which you can see at the bottom, and click on the partners section, if I remember correctly, AFROCrowd is, I think we have like a pool of like immediate partners, and that's one of the links that are there. So worst comes to worst, go to our website, fumble over to partners page, and the link will be there along with all the other cool groups like Tool and the EFF and stuff that we hold in high regard. And I will say that we're still trying to figure out how the summer might be going, and that what's basically been happening for a while is Jersey City and the surrounding Hudson area has been wanting to do like this sort of thing for our own local communities, because there's a lot of like unknown history about, like, they have stuff in documentation for example, Jersey City and Newark, but no one has ever digitally archived it and put it like online and public. There is an organization that tries to do that, but they're struggling, and we've been wanting to do that with AFROCrowd for a while. And that was supposed to happen last year, and then everyone got sick and started licking everyone's doorknobs and all sorts of...
Happened last year that kind of got in the way.
Oh yeah, you know, something also the history of Africans being disproportioned by disease and things like that. But I'm trying to see if we might be able to do that same thing, but digitally. And then when most people are vaccinated and stop rubbing their butts on each other, we can then actually go for a cool physical one where we can have like pizza and awesome music and like, you know, awesome like mac and cheese and stuff like that.
Around people.
It's like a potluck thing, because there's awesome community stuff around here. So thank you so much, Sherry, for sharing all that. And all the links that you post, I'm going to share over. Unfortunately, the other speaker, he's really cool, but he's like freaking out right now, and I'm worried I'm probably going to have to spin up another big blue button at this rate. But yeah, thank you for coming in on that. And when this ends, I'll send you the link to it won't be your section right now, but it'll just be the entire recording. So if you want to share that to people, you can. So
thanks. And if you're interested in information literacy and helping other people learn how to, you know, be computer literate, we're also interested in that as well.
Yes, very much. That's a big DC 201 initiative we've been having since forever, is trying to shrink the digital divide, because that is a thing.
Yeah,
it's
that's
very
a big
much a thing, and it affects
something
a whole
we care about a lot too.
bunch of people. And my favorite thing it affects are people who are privileged enough to afford tech but have no idea how it works, but they like to think they know how it works.
Or have access to even. Yeah.
I'm looking at certain open source groups that I'm probably going to get into at the end here. But again, thank you so much for this. So I'm going to... you can, by the way, because we're going to try to open up at the end, so you could stick around, provided that we don't have to spin up a new thing here. But I'm just going to check now, so I'm going to switch over to my face on the stream, and I'm going to do some like little checkings. First of all, actually, what I'm going to do is you posted links in the chat. I don't see the links in the chat. Is it in shared notes?
Oh, I haven't posted it yet.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna post
as soon as you do,
now.
I will share those over.
Okay.
Oh, I see what's going on.
Let me give my handle, our handle.
Yeah. No, that's perfectly fine.
If your audience really uses that. Yeah.
No, that's fine. I just realized exactly what I have to do here. It's just making me like sweat right now. Basically, we're having all the technical difficulties today. This is like reminding us of us. It's funny because our anniversary is next month, And
happy anniversary in a month.
yay! We were gonna get so incredibly drunk for that. And what's awful is that like I guess the internet this month wants to be nostalgic for me, and essentially wants to remind
Like
us.
Wayback Machine nostalgic, or just general?
No, well, to some degree, it's like what I'm going to be talking about, where it's more of a nostalgic, like, hey, remember when you had no resources and nothing worked? You know, that first year? Let's go back to that, because, you know, vaporwave and shit, let's go. Is this between the blizzard, because I remember it was also super cold in 2017, and just, do you have a direct link?
I'm worried about that. I heard you guys talking about Texas earlier. That's a crazy situation.
Oh
right
yes, very much so. And again, I have relatives who like a group of them live in Austin, which got hit like. That is like the.
Oh wow.
I don't want to make comparisons, but at this stage, Austin to some degree is the like the New Orleans during Hurricane Katrina levels of things being destroyed. So. And I also do want to post out there that whatchamacallit, that let me just check something here. Here we go. That there's been a lot of false information going around about that. Oh, the reason why the grid has been going down is because of like wind, like the wind turbines freezed up. Essentially, like Texas is too reliant on green energy, which when you can look up Texas's grid system, nothing worked. All the stuff is incredibly outdated. That's actually why, because it's not even like the wind turbines were fine, the coal plants were doing fine. The actual electrical infrastructure of the plant froze and broke. Like froze solid and broke. That's what happened because they didn't do any updates or management or any of that. And two, you can already disprove the wind turbine thing because that's how they power all the research facilities in Antarctica. It's also most of the energy in Alaska, which is way colder than this polar vortex for most of the year. And that's not even in defense of green energy. It's like literally that's what the tech is. It's like literally you not using sudo on the command line and then blaming like the people who made the terminal for it when you didn't use the actual way it's supposed to be constructed. Or basically you posted on Wikipedia and you didn't use citations and now you're mad at the admin community instead of like it's an encyclopedia, you have to cite the thing. Like oh yeah, you're Ted Cruz, I forgot, you have no brain cells. So that's just wanting to go there. And by the way, I can say that because I have family in Texas. I'm not going to tell. It's actually positive, but what their political agenda is. But I know so many people have different political backgrounds in Texas, and the one thing most Texans I can say can unite on, they hate the people that's in charge of them. Like, no matter what political, they hate it's like literally New Jersey 10 years ago, where the one way you could get, like, New Jerseyans to unite is, like, Christie, fuck that guy. Like, that's what Texas has been. I know that from my relatives down there. Because they go to meetings and they're just like, we have all these guns, why can't we just run in and just, do something? Because what's going on? They're, like, arguing what the value of a penny is. Like, so I just want to put that there. So unfortunately, it seems what's going to happen is now, if you want, Sherry, I can invite you to the new room, but unfortunately, I think I have to spin up a new room, unfortunately. But I will...
It's okay. I'm going to jump to the Facebook or the Meetup link and watch.
Awesome. I will say that, so Meetup I do have to update in a moment, but... right now, for some reason, again, nothing's working. Facebook is not. Facebook is not streaming. Everything else is streaming fine. YouTube, DLive, Twitch are all working.
Okay, I'll check you guys out on YouTube then.
Okay, awesome. So again, thank you so much.
Okay, I put in the links in the chat.
Yes.
The best link is the last put in for anyone who wants to sign up for things.
Mm-hmm.
The one before that was a form link. It's better just to go to the Wikipedia link.
Right, and it has, I believe it has the master list for like all the stuff that's coming up for your organization. So I'm going to go end this big blue button, and then we're going to try to stream up a new big blue button. So thank you for showing up for this.
Have a good time.
But we're going to keep this chewing gum and paperclip thing going. So thank you so much. And have a warm rest of the day. Stay safe. All right, so I'm going to end the meeting here. And what you're not going to see is I'm going to spin up a new meeting. A new meeting. We're gonna try this. This is gonna be fun. So we're actually going to. Okay, so I'm just gonna do this. You're not gonna see any of this, but this is gonna be really funny. And hopefully, like, nothing crashes on our end or anything. And again, if anyone has any questions, because we're gonna have a major speaker speak for like roughly like 30 to 40 minutes at this point, you're more than welcome to ask. And if you also like the stuff that you can see, hit that bell, click like and share, subscribe to Twitch Live, Twitch D Live, or YouTube. Or if you're out there on PeerTube, we love you all. Thank you also so much for watching it, because I know there's so many streams going out right now, including BlizzCon. Everything's basically been poor timing, poor execution, mistakes have been made, blibbity bobbity blue. But we're trying to get this whole shindig going. So I'm going to now update our speaker and say same link, but and put the new room name in.
You are currently the only person in this
So
conference.
that should work now. And I'm going to also let them know another thing about this. Because we're going to, at the end, open this up anyhow for everybody. So I'm going to sit here and wait until our next speaker comes in, which I'm really excited. Who the hell? I'm also been getting the weirdest phone calls in the worst. Is this like the Twilight Zone this afternoon? Like, seriously, what has been going on? What has been the things? Like, this has just been like... And it's weird because we had like everything perfectly lined up, and then literally Valentine's Day happened and everything literally went downhill from there. I've also realized I said everything so much that oh, that's what that call was. Okay, shit. Okay, that makes sense. I've said everything so much that so many times that I could actually become that what is that song from Orbital in the movie Hackers? Everything. So, quick back look on our agenda, you know, the gay agenda. No, it's just a DC201 agenda and schedule. Up next, and I might have to make a phone call, which will be the funniest part on air. But our next speaker who should be up, I'm really excited for. They're known as Meow. They have a way longer, more complicated handle than just Meow. But Meow is an awesome major biohacker. They've also spoken at the DEFCON Biohacking Village in the past, particularly how to... Oh, there they are. All right, so we're gonna all do this here. So, hi Meow. So I'm gonna make you into a presenter here, and hopefully we should be able to kick this shindig off. Can you hear me? I might have to open the chat. Hello, Meow. Why is the caps lock on? So I'm just typing that out because it might have just been like... Okay, so they can hear us. Yes. There they are. I'm going to actually switch back now, if you don't mind, to our screen mode. There we go. Yeah, I know, sorry. It was like, we had everything perfectly lined up on Valentine's Day. I keep repeating this, and then everything just went... yeah.
That's fine.
So I was actually I was in the middle of like introducing potentially you going on here, so I'll make this quick, and then you can take as much time as you want, and we'll try to take Q&A from the audience, although they might be a little shy tonight. Meow has a way longer, also awesome handle name, and I just like saying the name. Is like done sort of biohacking. Our co-founder just asked if that's a industrial shirt.
It is. I had to put on some industrial because I got introduced to industrial at the last DEFCON I spoke at, and since then, I have absolutely loved their stuff. I was going to wear my biohazard shirt from industrial, but I couldn't find it, so you get cybercrime today. Thank you for noticing.
Yeah, no, it's the same exact way how, like, Normally I'd be wearing a cybercrime hacker shirt thing, but it's freaking cold in the apartment, so I haven't been able to do that. But yeah, but what I'm going to get to here, that Jack, we can talk about that later during Q&A, because I don't want to waste anyone's time. Is that yeah, Meow has done a ton of biohacking stuff, multidisciplinary, just amazing person. Spoken previously at at DEFCON, particularly with the biohacking village, which I love that village. I can't wait to actually physically go there when we can stop licking doorknobs and rubbing butts on each other. I don't know what's like in America. In Australia, I've heard things, but like in America, just do not show up here. But they have an awesome talk that I'm going to let them go into, which is called Biohacking as a Primary Response to Crisis. This is really awesome. I got my attention to this because Hackers on Planet Earth, aka Hope, actually featured this on their wiki about hackers dealing with COVID-19. And when we were doing our whole outline of what you could do as a hacker, that was one of the references that we put on there. So I'm really excited. I've always wanted someone from the BioFoundry group to show up and talk about all this, but I would screw it up if I tried to talk about it, so we're going to go over to Meow and take it away. And as a reminder to the audience, if you have any questions, you can mention them in chat. I will bring them up at the end during Q&A. So otherwise, Meow, it is your stage. Rock it.
Awesome. Just housekeeping super quickly. Thank you very much, Side Pocket, for that mad introduction. Now, I've just uploaded my my presentation, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, I should have put you as presenter, so like everything should be in English now. So there should be an option to click on it to show up. You should also, I think, be able to drag and drop it.
What I might do is I might just like, okay, yeah, I think I dragged and dropped it. Let's have a look. Sorry to everyone who is waiting. What I might do is, okay.
Hold on a moment. We can. I just had the audio weirdly done. We can totally. We can see the shared screen at the bottom. What I can actually do is I can actually sort of balance this out some way. Hang on.
What do I do? Can I put a file in chat or notes? So let's try to upload it now. Give me 1 second.
That's perfectly fine.
What I might do actually, I'm just gonna email you.
No, we can totally see what you're doing. I just need to balance out. There we go. We can don't.
Okay.
Yeah, don't dox us there. We can see your screen. We can see everything.
Okay. Perfect. So when I want to come back to just like looking at me, is there a way I just go stop sharing webcam?
Well, what I can do is you just signal when you want it to just that too. I was just going to say anytime you want to, because we're going to make your slides full screen. That I was going to say when we originally had both the images, just say when you want to go back and we'll flip it back and forth. But you can also just turn your cam on and off. So.
Okay. I'll just. Is this right? Hold on. Big blue button. Allow. And then allow. Okay. That should be fine. Sorry for the technical hiccups.
No, that's fine. That's been the theme for this entire stream so far. We're normally way more on time and professional than this. Shockingly, it's just today it's a very snafu. Like, was it that Murphy's Law type of day?
I'll just get straight into it. I'll flick back to this screen if okay. Here we go. There we go. Okay, that's good. So I can make that full screen if I need. I'm very tired.
That's
okay.
fine.
Let's. You can see my screen now?
No, it just went back to your normal, like, the full video part.
Okay, here we go. You should be able, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen now. You're tiny and your screen is huge. I can see your slides. If you want it to flip back to your face, just let me know and I can flip back and forth. Just let me know when you talk, okay?
Okay, I'm just gonna stick a timer on, so I don't go too far over.
That's fine, honestly. Take your time, relax. My talk is just me screaming at the camera all day, so.
Awesome. I'm gonna go roughly. I'm gonna try and go for 20 minutes, and then we'll do this kind of like wrap up and Q&A. Okay, yeah. So I put together this presentation to kind of think about like how have hackers responded to COVID-19, especially with a deep focus on biohackers. Basically, I've spoken at DEF CON before. My previous talk was kind of related, so it was on basically DIY bioweapons. And we'll talk about some of that stuff a little bit later on. Just a disclaimer, I'm Chief Scientific Officer of Moth Diagnostics. I'm not here in that capacity today. So I'll be talking a bit about what we've done, but I'm not actually as a spokesperson. I have to do that because I'm going to show you some results that we've been working on, and that stuff isn't kind of really allowed by the regulation in Australia if I was a representative of that company. So I'm here in my capacity as an individual. Okay, basically I've done a whole bunch of stuff. I've done startups in America. I've done startups in Australia, always focused on biotech. I started BioFoundry, which you heard before is Australia's first open access molecular biology lab. Spoke at DEF CON, done stuff with EFF. I had some high profile cyborg law cases. We can talk about that at the end if anyone's keen. And I work with a whole bunch of really cool companies and founded some of these. Moth is my latest one. A few like cyborgy hack ones in there. And I speak at like various universities and shit like that. My interests broadly, I love astrobiology. I love any transdisciplinary innovation stuff, microfluidics, aquaponics, anything with life and technology I'm really interested in. Okay, so basically the format of today's talk, we're going to do like 5 minutes on citizen science and civic science, with a focus on COVID-19. Secondly, we're going to look at like what I've done with my company and how that kind of emerged. Then we're going to just briefly look at some black hat threats and emerging opportunities that have come about uniquely because of COVID-19. Okay, so I spoke just before about civic science and citizen science. So this whole thing comes out of Safecast. So Safecast was a hacker response to the Fukushima nuclear meltdown that happened in, I think it was 2017, but basically like the late teens. So basically, as you're all kind of aware, there was a radioactive meltdown, and then the Japanese government's like, okay, how do we deal with this? How do we monitor the radiation and work out where people can and can't go? So I'm pretty sure they contracted like a Russian company and got all these Geiger counters and started to go out and map it. The problem was they actually sold out of Geiger counters, and they were faced with this problem: how do we get more Geiger counters? When they did this, they were kind of stumped because they couldn't just bring more production online. We've seen things like this during COVID as well, right? So they've said, okay, let's contact MIT. And they contacted MIT Media Lab and spoke to Joichi Ito. And he basically coordinated a group of hackers to rapidly prototype and produce Geiger counters that were open source software and hardware. And this was wildly successful. They brought the cost of the Geiger counters from $6,000 to $600 and put this open source hardware in the hands of individuals. These things kind of like plugged into your cell phone. They were, kind of Arduino based, so you could, or Raspberry Pi based, whatever they were. So they were able to like connect into apps that you built. They had a Safecast app, and everyone went around and collected data points that then went back into a database. Now, this is pretty much what citizen scientists do now, right? They collect data points. The transition here between citizen science and civic science is they became scientists because they analyzed the data. They started looking at the data points and were working out whether it was safe for them to go into certain areas based on their understanding of what was safe and what was dangerous from radiation. So they were crowdsourcing the information about where they could and couldn't go. Now, because they were making life decisions about this, doing data analysis and then using that to inform their behavior, we see this transition from citizen science, collecting data points, to civic science, which is becoming a scientist. They use this to make hypotheses about where other areas might be safe, and they can go there and collect and share data too. So we see the emergence of a new type of science during Fukushima. Now, I'm moving away from citizen science and into civic science. Just to summarize this, we saw some really cool stuff. This is Jun Yamadera. He's a pretty well-known Japanese hacker, and he actually used the output of the Safecast data as an input to changing the colors on his bike. So you can see on the back wheel, he has LEDs, which was it's a project actually created by the founder of Instructables. It's like Monkey something. Basically, he took the radiation data and put it as an input into his wheels, so his wheels change color as he rides around town, which is really cool. We're seeing the emergence of new creative industries emerge out of a threat that's facilitated by open source hardware and software. So just to summarize this, we see citizen science. We go out and we help scientists collect data points. Citizen scientists, civic science, which is Patrick at Chemiculture Labs, is doing actual science. Okay, so we've covered that off pretty thoroughly. If anyone wants to talk about this transition, because it's very important, please contact me after at the question section at the end. Okay, how does this work for COVID? Like, what's the civic science equivalent? So we've got Alex Hoekstra, who is and Preston Estep, basically, who combined made this COVID-19 nasal vaccine right near where you guys are. So this is an East Coast American vaccine, and this was made like pretty early on. This was like they came up with this between March and April, I think, and then they started delivering it to people like George Church in July. This was a protein subunit vaccine. To be a civic scientist in the era of COVID, you kind of have two options. You're kind of going diagnostics or you're going vaccines. And the American biohackers are pretty brave. They went vaccines. And they have to put their own body on the line at this point. I went the other way, as you'll hear in a moment. But basically, they were taking their knowledge, looking at how people have done stuff before, and just basically copying the vaccines, but swapping the target out. So vaccines aren't complicated. Generally, it's your immune system is doing the hard work. It's working out how much and what part of the virus to expose your body to and in which way. So basically, you have to pick the technology, you have to synthesize the component you want or extract the component you want, and then expose it to your body the same way we've been doing vaccines for over 100 years. To do it, though, you have to be a bit brave. And these guys did it. So this is what biohacking as a response looks like, which is understanding the kind of technology, knowing that it's safe if you do it the right way, and then administering it to yourself or enabling other people to do that same thing. You've probably all seen Josiah Zayner's thing that he did on live stream. Now, this is interesting. He showed the entire process, start to finish, how he would make a vaccine. I believe he made a DNA vaccine. We could talk a little bit about that in the questions at the end, but I won't go into the technology now. It's very similar to the mRNA vaccine. By making the DNA vaccine on live stream, he mystified this process. And we hear this a lot from anti-vaxxers. How can we trust big pharma? How do we know what's in the vaccine? He showed you, like, this is how you fucking make it. And then he made it, and then he injected himself on live stream, which is a brilliant way of, like, encouraging the public to become comfortable and understand what a vaccine actually is. A lot of anti-vaxxers contacted him and said, yours is the only vaccine I'll take. So we're seeing a niche market open up for biohackers where big pharmaceutical companies can't come into it. Now, there's obviously some problems in there that I'll talk about, like how do you turn an idea into an authorized vaccine? That's a little bit trickier, but basically this is the area that biohackers have to play in during a pandemic. Probably the most important thing when we're navigating this, I'm just going to check the next slide, is the speed at which innovation can take place. So we saw, in this SafeCast. What's that, sorry? Something's beeping?
No, you're good. You're good. That's me talking to my...
Awesome. Okay. I might just, so we'll just go into this point for a little bit. So, okay, we're actually quite good on time. So basically when we're thinking about, like, well, why hackers? Why not big business? It's because hackers can think, we don't have to, I'm preaching to the choir a little bit, but, hackers can get and find problems as long as there's no regulation. They know how to, be water, how to navigate through all of the things and come up with great solutions that maybe don't have the same level of, like, quality, repeatability, but they do solve the problem very quickly and very efficiently. So with SafeCast, we saw that hackers can come up with a good enough Geiger counter. No, this guy actually adopted SafeCast's map after 3 months because it was more effective than the Russian one they initially contracted. With COVID solutions, when the pandemic first hit, and in America still, we saw a massive amount of revenue just disappear. And this is where hackers can kind of come in, right? The trick is that once the regulation starts to come back in, how do the hackers then take their really cool, really innovative, fast solution, often, utilizing unconventional approaches or hardware and software and wetware that hasn't ever been commercialized before? How do we turn that into a product that can keep on after the regulation comes back in? And that's the challenge that I've been facing. So I'll just come back in and leads really nicely into this part of the speech. So we're about halfway. COVID and meow. So basically, what happened is about on Valentine's Day last year, I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to jump in. I'm going to help with this pandemic. I'm going to create a test that is something that's so simple that anyone can read it. It's going to be faster than anything that anyone's done, and it's going to provide the lowest technological barrier. So I was looking at doing a point of care test. And I wasn't alone. There's a bunch of other companies and hackers that were also doing the same thing. Some of which are more successful, some of which are less successful. So basically, this is me in 2015 with a group of other hackers, some biohackers, some of the founding members of BioFoundry, and we came up with this really cool fucking idea. That is the dumbest smile I've got on my face. I'm in the blue shirt, if you can't recognize me. That's my dad to the left of me, right on this picture, and then a whole bunch of other really cool interdisciplinary hackers. We're like, let's make an at-home sexually transmitted infection detecting device using this really awesome novel's a word we love in bio, novel DNA amplifying technology called LAMP, right? Loop mediated isothermal amplification. And the reason it's so cool is it happens at so when we have normal PCR, right, which is where your lab test goes, if you send it off to the lab, they use alternating temperatures. Now, cooling, heating a block of aluminium takes a lot of time. So the actual reaction takes place quite quickly, but moving between these very specific temperatures takes time, and it has to happen in batches. So you send it off, and 12 to 72 hours later, you get your results back. I'm like, that's not good enough. There's a better way to do pathology, and it's using this technology called LAMP, and I'm a massive advocate. So this is what LAMP looks like: 30 minutes, one temperature, positive, negative result. Can be read out by the naked eye. You can make it read out by the same kind of machines they use in the lab. The cool thing about it, though, is it's really good for diagnostics, but not good for downstream applications. The problem is no one really uses it because they have to license technology from Japanese, and there's a lot of open access. So it's great for hackers, really bad for big companies like Johnson & Johnson or Abbott. So I said, let's commercialize. Let's take back in 2015 that we did awesome designs for. We could never really get it off the ground because no one was interested in putting their money in. They're all probably sad now that they didn't invest in it back then. Let's pick this back up off the shelf, and then let's try and commercialize it using COVID to bootstrap it. So we did. This is my test that has been tested against actual COVID particles. It works fucking great. It's a collaborative effort with universities, myself, a whole bunch of hackers that ended up forming a company. We've received, the better part of $1 million in funding so far. We're doing really well. It looks like testing is going to stretch out for fucking ever, until 2024 at least. So we're not too worried about a runway. We're doing it right. And getting to here has been really, really, really difficult. So how do we go from idea to manufacture? So a whole bunch of other hackers probably did similar things, but we're probably emerging as a company which is going to last the distance. And the main transition between us going into a pathology test of particles and being okay, this has legs, this works. The big difference here was wrong button was that was really cool, by the way. Was the quality management system. So I am not a detail-oriented person. I am big picture ideas. Let's just fucking get some prototype out as quickly as possible. To navigate international medical device manufacturing, there's only one thing that matters. And if I could go back, I would have started with it. It's quality management system. So there's an international standard, ISO 13485. And this thing basically outlines, if you want to make a medical device that gets manufactured and delivered anywhere in the world, you just have to meet these guidelines. If you meet these guidelines, you can sell it anywhere in the fucking world. You can sell it in Europe, you can sell it in America, you can sell it in Australia, you can sell it in fucking Ethiopia, wherever you want. when we assembled our team, we had a chemist, a biotechnologist, myself, and a business person, my co-founder Adrian. That was a good company. I would swap out the chemist for a head of quality. You need to find someone who's a bureaucrat, who's good at regs, even when you're like doing your initial stages of like, does this work? Because all your R&D actually has to fall in underneath your quality management system. And if you want to actually sell internationally, you just fucking have to have this. There's no way around it. It costs a fucking fortune. You're your quality manager like upwards of 150K per year. And like you can pay them up to 500K. Finding risk-seeking quality analysts is really hard, right? Heads of quality. Hiring is a nightmare, but if you can this is a skill that's lacking from the community. Like in general, if hackers have active quality people, they'll be able to translate their idea into my products more easily. It's actually just basically required. I'm looking at like getting myself more up to scratch on it because every fucking biohacker I speak to is like, please help me with my quality, please help me with my quality. So if you're someone who loves detail, maybe you're a programmer, maybe you're into algorithms, please go take my advice, go and study quality and give us a hand. Build software to help us translate this more quickly. Write manuals on how to demystify this because it's like legalese when you read it, and it's impossible for anyone who's outside that field to really access it. It's very dry and very technical, especially for biology people. So please, yeah. Anyway, that's how to go from fucking an idea and like this works to like how do I ship this to the world? Build a quality management system, and there's some people kind of working on it. Anyway, I'm not going about that any fucking longer. I'm pretty sure that's like. So we should be moving into. Okay, the fun bit, existential black threats. So I love this quote by Marshall McLuhan: "We shape the tools, and then the tools shape us." Never has this been more true than in the world of biohacking and genetics, where literally the tools shape us. They change our physical makeup, and they change the way that our own DNA is expressed. So we're moving into this brave new world now, where the government is basically dropping mRNA vaccines, they're called, right? So this is basically messenger RNA, non-replicative pieces of genetic information that temporarily will cause your body to express a viral protein, in which time your body will make an immune response to it, create antibodies, and then you'll become immune. That's the idea, at least. What does this mean for black hat hackers? So this is like a bit conspiracy theory territory, but I think it's good as like hackers that we talk about this kind of stuff. So having a population that is vaccinated and infrastructure to support population level vaccination allows for novel bioweapons. Okay, we're going to talk about this just a tiny little bit. If I just quickly side pocket, is it okay if I go over time by maybe 5 minutes to 25 minutes?
Yes, no, because my thing I can move out indefinitely, so take your time.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so basically what I'm saying here is you have this infrastructure where you can just roll out nations to everyone. This means that if you can produce a novel bioweapon, say for example, we'll call it like SARS-CoV-3, and no one else in the world's immune to it, but you've developed it in a lab locally, you could vaccinate your population and then drop that in the rest of the world, and until they can make a vaccine, they're fucked and you're not. I'm just going to stop on that point and say why SARS-CoV-2 is a really bad bioweapon. It was like a scattergun, right? It didn't disproportionately affect any one country. It has now, America, but that wasn't how it was guaranteed to happen. That was like a fuck up in administration. Generally, when I think about like good bioweapons, they look something like, you know, an anti-rice bioweapon if you wanted to target China, or an anti-corn bioweapon if you wanted to target America. Something that like destroys agriculture or selectively targets one country over another and basically economically fucks them. And like this is kind of economically fucked the whole world. So it wasn't really a great bioweapon. But you know, maybe this is gonna. What I'm worried is this might inspire countries to make their own. And if you go back and watch my talk at DEFCON a couple of years ago, you can get in like great detail. One of the things that we, so I'll just leave that. So basically, that allows for countries to attack other countries in new and exciting ways by having this like, you know, rapid turnaround mRNA vaccine potential infrastructure online. One of the things, we're getting all these vaccinations, but like who's doing the QA on them? Could we be being vaccinated against things that we don't know about? And that's a possibility as well. As a biohacker, I have the ability to do that, and all the biohackers, it's our responsibility to do our own QA and share that information widely to keep people's trust in vaccinations high, because it's very important. People are taking bioterrorism more seriously now. So people have seen the way that bioterrorism has in the world with SARS-CoV-2. Like, it can shut down everything. And there must be like a whole heap of like more traditional terrorists who are probably like frothing, like, okay, how hard is it for us to weaponize or drop bioweapons that are already kind of easily accessible around to take out certain sections of the population or make people in general very scared, because this is way more effective than like, crashing planes into buildings. So they've kind of seen the potential of this now. We've also seen quite a gain of function research, of which some two might be escaped laboratory experiments, still like very likely, where people were doing what's called gain of function experiments, where they look at like what genes make things more functional. When they say functional, they're saying like, more easily to attack a population or capable of creating a pandemic. So this research is public. You can just Google like, how do I make the flu weaponized, and you get like step-by-step instructions, and people are looking at like, how would you do it if you were like a hacker? So all that information's there. There's a few little bottlenecks, but it's really not that hard. So that's kind of terrifying now, because there'll be even more research done into this, which I actually support. But the potential for that to be abused for fun or profit or whatever is like getting higher. And the more that pandemics happen, which is happening with increasing frequency, the more likely this research is to be funded. So this century we've seen SARS-1, swine flu, MERS, avian H5N, we've seen a bunch of epidemics, and Ebola, like the very rapid pandemics with not much effort happen. And the more globalized we become, the more we have international travel, the more likely this happen. We probably see something that's a little bit more deadly, but equally as contagious as SARS and SARS-CoV-2, but sits somewhere like 5 to 10% mortality, and that would be absolutely terrible. That's kind of like the big threats I already talked about COVID as a bioweapon. That's the big threats. We'll talk very briefly about some opportunities. So having this Liz Parrish at BioViva, she does gene therapy for life extension. We are seeing a population that is readily conditioned into accepting gene therapy, which is essentially what mRNA vaccinations are. This allows us to think about things like, could we invent a vaccination for aging that instead of using gene therapy uses mRNA as a delivery mechanism, in which case the population might be happier to take it on, and government regulators might be less likely to lock it down and make it difficult to give to people. We've seen scientists like he from China who did CRISPR babies. Okay, could we, instead of having CRISPR babies, have mRNA vaccinated infants that might have the same kind of desirable modifications that he was trying to make in the twins that he modified with CRISPR, but instead is actually delivering it as an mRNA vaccine against certain undesirable traits. And that's for any people who are like really keen to get into like serious genetic modification. The doors are swung wide open with the Pfizer mRNA vaccine. Like all of the regulations and laws and perceptions, public perceptions, are changing. We'll see things like, this is just an example, of what this vaccine could look like for aging. So we can actually see that people becoming much healthier into later life, and maybe life extensions go up from average of 82 to about 102 pretty easily with our mRNA vaccine. Now, I'll just finish up Ray Kurzweil. So he basically says the technologies that will define our future are genetics, nanotech, and robotics. Critical elements defining the decades to come in genetics will be DNA storage, CRISPR, $1,000 genome, which is some of this we've already seen, and the rise of the citizen biohacker movement. So I just want to end on that. Like, what we're doing is really important. You listening to this talk is very important. Spreading your knowledge and getting involved with biohacking is hugely important. Please hesitate to reach out to other hackers and get involved. Hope is fantastic. I know you guys have that over on the East Coast. DEFCON is fantastic, but also don't be scared to reach out, because all around the world, because biohacking is really global, and America is a very small part. It gets a disproportionate amount of coverage, but all of us from Africa to Australia to Asia are doing really cool things, and we'd love to hear from you. Open question. Thank you so much for letting me really appreciate it.
No,
Right
thank
on
you
time.
so much. That was absolutely freaking amazing talk right there. So I will announce again to chat that if you have any questions to chat again, it might be just silent today just because of craziness. Let us know in the chat if you have any questions for Meow. I'm also going to bring in my co-founder at the end for any questions that he might have. But I have a few questions about things. So first of all, what I find the most interesting thing when you're talking about weaponization of diseases and genetics is like we talk about this as this is something that was only possible or used by humanity in like the past couple of years when you go back to the invasion of this nation where settlers literally handed out blankets that had infectious diseases to the native population to get rid of them in order to take their land. We've been doing this on sort of an odd macro scale for a while, but it's just been like hyper inflated since then. So I just wanted to kind of point that out. I just wanted to know, could you go into a little bit more of exactly, you don't have to go, you can go as in depth as you want, but of how the testing, for example, like how it breaks down I'm very bad at this, but like I'm assuming is possibly the rDNA of coronavirus, and then what markers you look for to identify that in order to synthesize a vaccine?
So just cover that last bit one more time. How I can do both.
To synthesize for COVID in particular, if that's possible.
So there's a basic flow. I'll just put this down a little bit so you guys see more on my screen. There's a basic workflow if we're developing a vaccine, an mRNA vaccine. So we have SARS-CoV-2, right? Everyone's seen this. It's got some little balls hanging out. There we go. We have this bit in here. I'm just going to talk about the structure super quickly. So we have, this is the spike protein. This is the envelope. This one is the nucleocapsid. And then this is the RNA. Now, viruses are very, very simple, right? They're the equivalent. So let's have a quick think. Human genome is like 3.2 billion bases. This thing's like 30,000 bases. It's like bordering on life. Like people, I think they're alive, but we'll say it's like absolute reduced, super lightweight code. So it only everything that you can see in the picture is coded for in the RNA. We'll just have a quick look at what the genome looks like. So this is what it looks like. I've written down E, which is the envelope, N nucleocapsid, the S is the spike protein, and the RNA, and then we've got some other little bits coming off here, right? These all do different things, but basically it's designed so the spike protein finds a cell that allows it to enter into the cell using some other things that are on there. It shoots the RNA of the cell, and then it begins making more virus. So the genome looks like this. What I'm doing is, this is the actual strand of RNA, and then I've put a box to indicate where the genes are. The genes just look like regular RNA, but allows us shorthand for us to be able to do it. So here we've got ORF1AB, we've got S, we've got E, I think, and then N. I think that's the order. So these are the only real genes on there, right? Did I write the E backwards? Sorry guys, I'm looking at the E. So that's all we need, right? Just basically whatever's here, we just make more of it. There's one other gene actually, which is this. I'm just gonna put an R. Okay, the RNA dependent polymerase allows the virus to copy itself as RNA, which is really important. It doesn't need to use DNA. You can pick any one of these genes and make a vaccine against that. You can tell the immune system, anything with this, attack it. Obviously, we're going to pick this, the spike gene, because that's the one that's on the outside. So we just like fuck off all this. We sequence the DNA, and now we have the code GTAC for just that gene, right? Now, the virus needs all of these genes to be able to replicate, nothing more, nothing less. So what we do is we've DNA sequenced gene, we know what the code looks like for it, and then we put that gene into a plasmid, which is a small circular piece of DNA that we can put inside things like a bacterium, right? So we get some E. coli, and we squirt in this plasmid containing the S gene, and just say, make more of this plasmid. So we make billions of copies of it. Then we say, express just this section. That comes off as RNA. We purify that out and we inject it in our body. Now, we put it inside, I'm going really quick. You can go detail. Basically, we put the mRNA that's been copied off that into a little thing, which basically is just, it's a droplet of fat. The fat joins onto the cell, and then the fat uses a similar mechanism to the virus, squirts the RNA in. RNA produces the protein, the viral protein on the human cell, and then antibodies come along and be like, oh, okay, I don't recognize that. I'm going to make antibodies against that. And then all of a sudden, you will have tons of these antibodies that can recognize it. And as long as your titer is high enough, as long as there's enough of these antibodies sitting in your bloodstream, your body will be able to attack the virus quicker than the virus can enter your cells and make more of itself. Do you have questions on that? I covered a lot of stuff very quickly.
No, that's perfectly fine. In fact, one of the things I wanted to highlight again is, I forget which major philosopher said this, but I know he was a Russian philosopher. He said something about that it was like the whole purpose of science is for man to realize that he is a piano key. And what he was implying there is that one of the reasons why we like to figure out and create technologies is that we're kind of slowly learning again that we are a biological machine in the roughly the same way we have mechanical machines. So in a similar way of how an antiviral program or defender on your machine, its main tactic is being able to identify something so that it can contain it. Your body needs to identify what proteins and connection methods viruses are using so that they can identify it. Otherwise, it can't distinguish between other cells. When a T cell is unable to do that, it's one of the ways we get cancer, because it'll just start attacking, immunodeficiencies, because it'll just start attacking everything. My next,
Not self. With things like cancer, is next to impossible. Viruses are easier. Bacteria are harder. Fungi, very hard. Human cells, cancer, like good luck. It's super difficult.
And the worst cancer.
Also, I just wanted to highlight one.
No, go on.
The sequencing is new. Like we haven't really made mRNA vaccines because we didn't have sequencing, right? And this came about with the Human Genome Project in the year 2000. So we sequenced the human genome, and this huge injection, billions of dollars of funding went into that enabled life sciences companies to make better gene sequences. And now we have desktop USB sequences for $1,000, right? And this enables us to include what we call in silico elements into our workflow. So normally, we used to isolate viruses wet in the lab, try and kill them with radiation or weaken them, and then inject them, and then hope for the best, and put it into this black magic kind of fun immune system shit, where we didn't understand the immune system. We just squish it in and hope for the best, and be like, okay, well, no one's got polio now, so I guess whatever we did to it works. What we do now is very methodical. We're like, okay, we'll sequence it. We understand exactly what's going on. We'll take the gene and we'll do bioinformatics on it, make sure that it's the thing we're looking for. So now we've got computer science people involved in a workflow that was traditionally only wet lab scientists. And this is where the real revolution in the mRNA vaccine has come in. And it enables us to create vaccines much, much faster than we ever could by just looking whether people recovered or not. We can actually have some idea about what we're doing. So if you're a bioinformaticist and you're listening along today, thank you very much for helping, because we couldn't do this with the speed we're doing it without computers.
I would say, I guess it's nice that we finally found a use for pissed off Perl and database programmers, essentially, with the sort of methodical way that they've had to bang their head against the wall and bringing this in this field. A few quick more questions. Glad you brought that up, because that's going to sequence my next thing. We've been doing, since March last year, the Folding at Home project. We are in the upper hundreds for our team, and we're just happy if anyone sort of supports that project. I wanted to ask you whether positively, negatively, maybe it didn't help, maybe it helped a lot. How much did protein foldings and understanding of those impacted the COVID-19 research?
So I've seen some of the huge amounts of effort that's been by the folding team, and not just Folding at Home, but other folding team, And they emerged very, very quickly with like a range of drugs that should have been able to SARS-CoV-2. They did a fantastic job. The translation of that into actions of clinical trials never really eventuated from what I right. Like really should have helped a whole bunch of zinc-based drugs that looked like they should have helped, right? And I didn't see any like fucking trials. And that's one thing we've really not seen, right? Which was newer drugs or even like drugs suggested by the folding teams actually get translated into clinical trials. And that's because there's this like disconnect between hackers and pharmaceutical companies or governments and their willingness to take on suggestions. So like there was a great job done by these folding teams and there was like almost no take up. And like, you know, even us, like we're a real company now. You know, we've got like a company and we've got or my company, I rather not we, because I'm not representing that company. That company is like going well, right? Like it should get take up by government. It should get invested in, but we're not affiliated with university. We're not affiliated with any big pharmaceutical company. And we just get like brushed to the side, even though we've got a fantastic solution. And our technology has been commercialized in London, in America, and it's doing a really good job. And we can't commercialize it in Australia because it's so difficult with to get people to take us seriously. Like, albeit, like, I've got a fucking dumb name, but my technology works. So why is that? And that's, we're not the friendship group where we're like in the big boys club or whatever. We're doing something new and we're a startup. So we get pushed to the side. And I think the folding at home people probably have the same thing. Like, how do you get credibility outside the small group of people that kind of know what it is you're doing and why it's important? And I don't know how to navigate that. And I think all hackers have that kind of problem, is like when they get something really good, how do you transition it into like worldwide acceptance of what you're doing?
One of the things, because I'm friends with interview a bunch of biohackers, is that we've noticed a similar relationship that early homebrew makers, tinkerers, and hackers have with major technological and information companies, and a very similar but much older and much more regulated biohackers and medical experimenters with who are truly licensed and know what they're doing. They're not quacks for the most part, as we define it, being butting heads with pharmaceutical companies. As someone who has worked in pharmacy and in government, my sympathies are with you, especially which I just have to laugh that I guess the thing in Australia is like, oh, you have a weird name, and it's like, you're Australia. It's, you have koalas and all of these weird names, and we have that a lot in America, where again we had the guy who, you know, was worried about Mexico fleeing to Mexico. It's like, this is, you know, there's a point where, again, where you reach a tech wall and your actual wall then becomes policy. That actually goes to my next thing real quick, if you don't mind, with a little bit more time, is the initial project that we read, particularly on BioFoundry, I'm only citing them because that was our original source for this, was that I believe the entire project, or at least most of it, or aspects, was open source. So I was wondering if you get into a bit about open sourcing this research, and especially as from like a business perspective, like how do you man a business while keeping all of this tech processes and methods open source?
Yeah, so in medical stuff, as we've found out during it, like we started off with like let's make everything open source, no patents, share all the information as we go. It's actually impossible to do. So like, when I say impossible, sorry. As we've progressed, we actually had to lock a lot more of it down. Like, even me showing results is like borderline acceptable, right? Like, when I say acceptable, legal. So I could be fined $15,000 for sharing certain types of results or making certain claims, right? And the reason is that people take medical devices very seriously. People can die if you make mistakes or you make claims that can't be supported and stuff like this. So we've had to navigate it as best we could, and what we ended up settling on is we will help countries that can't as much as we can once we get through, you would call it the FDA, we call it the TGA, the Australian thing, the Australian Regulatory Body. Basically, we started to live stream a whole heap of our early experiments, and we got told pretty quickly, like, you can't do that. That's actually illegal. Until we get approval, we can't actually share a lot of information. So we've had to lock down a lot of it. And it's just like, okay, we had to make a decision. Do we want to commercialize it? And we said yes, because we don't think anyone else was going to. And realistically, no one really has the technology that we like. And we said the best way for us to help maybe is to like commercialize it and, you know, not profiteer too much, and instead funnel as much money as we can back into getting these tests out to countries that can't afford them. And that was the only way for us to do it. And it caused serious friction in the hackers that we had in our group, because it's like, okay, well, are we an open source thing or are we commercializing it? And it's tough because it's like we had to make pragmatic decisions about what outcomes we wanted. And I'm like, I want to make this fucking test. I don't care what it takes. Profit isn't my mission, but like I'm going to do it however is the most likely way it will happen. And we had to close off parts of it for that. But ultimately, even if it is completely open source, like even if you did that, it doesn't matter, because the thing is you still have to go through the same fucking process that we have to go through anyway that requires closed source. So once you go through the TGA application, you can't copy it unless you have a functioning quality management that's auditable by international auditors and have some sort of security over the way that your data is kept. So you can't actually do medical devices open source. And even it's crazy. Like it's actually impossible for us to do it. And one of the things I'm hoping to do is through this make it easier for other companies like open source insulin and 4Onions, those guys over in America who are doing awesome stuff with their like their DIY EpiPen. I want to open source and share our quality management systems, because that's the only way this stuff is ever going to break through from being like a hack project to a project that goes into actual people's hands.
And I agree with you on that. That like my focus would be, that's fine. That I agree with you that my whole thing would be about that this disease, especially for me as someone in the United States, is killing everybody. I want to save lives. That's like the bottom line for everything. What was I going to say on that? That answer was so great that I just forgot. So I guess my last question for me, because the chat I think is just blown away by everything, because they've literally asked and they're like, before I possibly my co-founder, and then we'll wrap this up for you if you want, is what do you see? I know we focused a lot on COVID-19, and that's how I'm gonna end my question. Is like, what do you see going globally? Like, what's going to be going on for like the next 5 years? Not only a COVID, but like future pandemics in the next 5 to 10 years. This is to me like most people I feel like, which is funny bring up about the open source, is that by showing your hand that got more people trust, while governments see, well, if they're super locked down then we can trust them, and it seems like no one has learned from the Spanish influenza. United States and UK has no concept of what herd immunity is or what the definition. So my question is, where do you see the current COVID thing going so far, 2021 and onwards, and how is that going to impact like the next pandemic we're going to have that's hopefully not as bad as this, but life sucks.
Yeah, so firstly, like, I'm in Australia, we have like no cases, right?
We all hate New Zealand right now. I want to move there.
Yeah, like in Australia, New Zealand, we have no cases, and there's a couple other countries which are the same. Now, bear in mind, we're basically Canada, except we have one difference: we have land borders with any other country.
Yep.
So what we'll see the emergence of is like mass vaccinations in Australia, mass vaccinations in New Zealand. Relying on vaccinations to solve COVID is a bad idea. Even the so we've got the AstraZeneca vaccine. It's like 65 to 94% effective. We have the Pfizer vaccine. We'll say 95, 96% effective. What does that actually mean, though? What the fuck does 95% effective mean, right? Like, that means 1 in 20 people won't be able to be vaccinated, which is fucking terrifying. Because what if that's your grandma? Or what about if that's like fucking, a whole group of people, like all those 1 in 20s are like actually, some immune challenged group. So it's good for like putting out the wildfire, but will it actually stop it from killing people? Well, I don't think so, especially if you've got a lot of asymptomatic carriers or people who might still be infectious, even though they are not contracting the vaccine, because you might still have like a resident population of SARS living in your nasal cavity, even though you're not infected, right? You're not getting the COVID-19. So it's still going to hurt a lot of people, and the vaccine isn't the way to cure it. Not like smallpox. Smallpox is like a very different, like we actually like got rid of that. We will never do that with SARS-CoV-2. We have to like actually lock down populations, and we've seen we can do that. Australia and New Zealand have done it. That's how we beat this. Testing, tracing, right? Contact, TITS, test, isolate, trace, something.
We're big fans of TITS, so perfect.
Yeah, that's it. So basically test, isolate, trace. That's the way to do it, right? And in America, I don't even know how you fucking begin doing that, right? Actually, I do. You lock down the entire population for a month and don't allow any more than 2 people to interact. If you do that, you can start to get this under control. That's what we did in Australia in March, and that was what kind of like stopped us from going out of control. And it can be done by any country at any point. What we'll see the emergence of is travel bubbles. So we'll see countries that have it under control, allowing free international travel with each other. You have to kind of, as countries, you have to stop international arrivals and just get everyone to settle in one spot until it gets under control. And people are getting itchy. They want to get moving, and that's going to stop this. But like, we have to kind of do it. If we don't, we're fucked. What we'll see as well, we're going to see mass vaccinations. We're going to see a spectrum of whether that works or not. We're going to see the emergence of like a ton of like so much money is being kicked into biotech. Future, we're going to see super exciting things come out. As a biotechnologist, I've been like, why the fuck are you just investing in another app? You just dropped $1 billion on like, I can't believe it's Nito. No, fuck that. Like, I was doing indie bio with a cunt that like was like, I've made a proto brain to go into a BMW and drive the car, right? And if it hits, we send the car to Robo. Like, I met this dude, was doing like indie bio with him. Meanwhile, he couldn't get funding. Someone's like, I made like, Uber for cats. And that person gets like $2 billion. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with investors? Now everyone's investing in we're going to see fucking cyborg cars. We're going to see fucking emergence of like vaccines for grey hair, vaccines for fucking small tits, vaccines for fucking COVID. Like, I'm excited. So it should be cool. We're going to see a whole bunch of like biohackers, I think, emerging into countries solving problems that can't be solved where big business don't really want to go in there. So maybe some Southeast Asian countries, maybe some African countries. We'll see them come online.
Kind of like telcos in Mexico, where a lot of telcos didn't want to go into Mexico to set up cell towers, and then local communities did that and made their own mesh networks.
And that's it. And like all the stuff we're doing, when we're saying open source, the thing that we're doing is like readily available. Like the information is shared about whether you can sell it or not. That's the tricky bit. Whether you're legally allowed to manufacture it. That's the tricky. Anyone who wants to make their own fucking test can just go online and I'll tell you exactly what we do and how to do it. Like, it's tricky though. Like, even if you follow the instructions step by step, it's still really difficult. And making a product that works every time, that's really difficult, right? But if you want to just like give it a go and try it out, like I've helped some other people around the world get their own tests going, and other people have helped me. And it's like, it's expensive and it's fun, but it's definitely not easy. But highly recommend anyone who wants to copy what I've done or help us build shit. Like, please get involved. It's really fucking fun. Playing with all these chemicals and like doing this during a pandemic is cool. And like, if you're in America, like you're gonna have like bucket loads of a bioweapon circulating around you at all times. Like, that's fucking an exciting time.
You just described New Jersey
as a biohacker. Like, we don't have any stuff. What's that?
I said you just described New Jersey, so we're very much aware of that.
Yeah, like it's crazy. People could be like sneezing in bags and putting it in their freezer, and like 20 years later, like boom, SARS-CoV-2. Like, that's fucking insane.
Awesome. Well, the last thing I guess I'm going to do before we wrap this up, co-founder J.A. Jack, did you want to verbally have any questions for him or comments? Or hello? We go. Because the man has no ears, he only has them for decoration. Do you have any comments or questions for?
Yeah, I guess I'll come back out here. I was looking at other rooms, so I have my own headsets on, so I could listen. I could listen to your talk. I don't really have any comments. I'm just taking that all on. Like, that's actually really cool. I think that's like, it's just like, mind is blown. I'm like very not much not a biologist, very much biohacker, but definitely have a lot of respect for what you do. It's like a whole, definitely. I think that's really cool though. You're kind of opening up like the whole kind of hacker mentality, free software like mindset to like just a completely different field. So just keep going, man. Just keep going.
It's also kind of weird to hear and see like different fields, but because we're trying to deal with literally malicious actors and policy of like how much overlaps,
Yeah, especially it's like I said. I mean, like as far as like people are like kind of scared of like vaccines. I mean, like there's a lot of things to fear from big pharma. And it's like I said, it's really good.
We have deep fried Oreos in this
Yeah.
state.
But it's like I said, a lot of the reason not to fear is like we have a lot of fucking regulations to prevent them from doing really foul shit. Like, but even still, you know, so it's always good to see that there's like, there's kind of like other options. But like even other than just like the safety of the vaccines, it's kind of like the whole like real foul shit. A lot of big foul shit from big pharma is not necessarily like what's in the vaccines. It's kind of like the whole copyright aspect. There's like a few handful of really large firms which kind of get to gatekeep who gets like what drugs. Like and there's like as we see with like what's his name Pharma Bro. It's kind of like very.
And a big thing, and then I'm gonna have him wrap up unless he wants to make more comments. Is that it's the same thing with security we see over and over again. A lot of the times when security falls apart, it's the core of it is trust, and particularly in the United States, I can say no one here trusts any part of any government thing of anything, and no one especially doesn't trust companies because of our years and years of history of abuse from them, which is why one of the reasons all this stuff broke down.
Yeah. I mean,
that merge is dumb, but so thank you again, Meow, for showing up for this. I'm glad that you got the email because I was like panicking and I had a whole backup video. The last thing I'd ask is, do you want to disclose anything that you're working on upcoming up, and if so, what is that, and how can people like contact you if they want to do some crazy biohacking shit?
Yeah, so after we kind of move on from the COVID stuff, we're gonna start doing some really cool stuff. That like once COVID's down, a bit can Sylvany come meet me at DEFCON over in the States because I will be able to travel nationally and we're walking. So up until then, it is your responsibility to help solve this fucking pandemic. Like, if you're out there not working on COVID, you're fucking crazy. Like, learn some biology, get involved, because like this requires us to all band together and fix it, and we can fix it in unique ways that big companies can't do it. And get involved locally, group up, socially distant, but like make a fucking difference. Like this thing's scary, but it's within your realms to understand and call. And what I've done is what you guys should do too.
I think that's a perfect way to end it. Thank you so much, Meow. We are gonna normally I'd leave this room open, but to be honest, I think I'm gonna spring up, and I also know you're in Australia time, which is its own universe. It's like there's two universes. There's like the Australian, New Zealand, Tasmania, and then there's New Jersey, and we're all in our own like dimension realms. Everyone's clapping in chat. So I'm gonna actually exit out of this big blue button, and you're more than welcome to do this to present online or in person in the future. And the day it's safe enough and we have a DEFCON that we can physically meet up, I love hanging out with Nina. Nina used to go to the New York 2600 meetings when she could. So definitely going to check out the Biohacking Village, and I invite you to any of the future DEFCON Groups Village, which is something that's being worked on that I can't talk too many details about, but that's something being worked on. So we'll hang out and party and do cool shit. Thank you so much, Meow, and keep up the good work to you and your fellow biohackers.
Unreal. Thanks. Keep it real. Cheers, guys. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Cheers. Okay, so I'm going to end this right here. And I'll follow up with an email in a bit. So, end meeting. Yes. Jesus, I don't know even how to... I'm supposed to follow up with that. How the hell am I supposed to follow up with that? Jesus Christ. Oh God, because we were supposed to have another COVID thing after this, but unfortunately the timing didn't work out. Hopefully we'll be able to have them in the future, which is a bit more of like a technology utility thing. What I will do, however, we're going to get into my thing, and then possibly, depending on the time, we might end it. We might open it up to public chat. We'll see, just because of how crazy this meeting's been. And again, thank you everyone for watching so far. If you appreciate what we've done, you haven't followed or subscribed or us, it's completely free. We don't make any money off of this, not even because we don't want to some degree, but more because of contracts and how dumb they are on the internet. You can subscribe to us. Our main channels is on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. Hi everyone out there. If you're actually wondering what that counter is up there, on DLive particularly, we're trying to get 100 followers because I have a show where I talk about cryptocurrency. And when you get over 100 followers with all the criteria we've matched, you get to have a whole thing quickly called Cryptocurrency Superstar. It's basically like Elon Musk, but we actually do things, and we can just do more with the DLive channel. So particularly if you're on DLive, like DLive.tv, go follow us on there. It's completely for free. It'll help us reach that goal. But regardless what platform you're on, thank you for watching and following us. If you also have any questions or fun comments in chat, we love talking to people in chat and interacting. Otherwise, keep lurking, keep learning. And with that, I actually want to go into some of, this is what we're supposed to start off with, but because everything was crazy, we sort of had to like skip out a little bit on this, and that is kind of like news and announcements. So originally it was supposed to be like tabs and slides for this, but that didn't happen. The couple of things I can tell you right now. So like we said last time, our Onion is running. We haven't updated it since last month, not because we're, well, it's because I'm stupid, but not because we're stupid, but because this week was terrible, so we only got to literally update things last night. But it will be updated in the next 2 weeks for our next meeting, and that's another big thing. Our next meeting is going to be our 4-year anniversary. We've actually been around for 4 fucking years. And funny enough, last year was supposed to be a big in-person sort of celebration and party where we're gonna have midgets and strippers and balloons and alcohol and cool and like you know height challenge people. Some of them are my friends. They're awesome. But that's literally when all the lockdowns happen everywhere, including New Jersey. So we had to like scramble and do all of this digital infrastructure. Now we know we're still screwed because thank you, government. And I should say one of the crappiest governments we've seen in a while. And so we know we're going to be virtual next month. So because of that, we can prepare early on, and we're going to basically invite all of you folks. It's going to be a more interactive meeting. We might have like 1 presentation or 2 presentations. There's particularly a thing that's been very on topic in the tech world that I would love to bring in for them to talk about, but it's going to be more of a relaxed, kind of like a Christmas special. We have special guests come in and like some of our like members and stuff. Been working on it for the past couple of weeks. Hopefully in the next 2 weeks we can announce some of those details, although we won't announce everything because some of it's going to be a surprise. Also some of it we need to see if it works out or not, but that's kind of the gist. Is basically next month, third Friday every month. It's also going to be the 19th. That will be March 19th. Will be our next meeting. We're also working on new improvements for our website. And yes, we do know about the certificate thing. We are currently working on it. One of the people who normally works on it is out doing personal stuff right now. As soon as they get back, we're going to nip that problem in the bud. We're also going to experiment more on, we already have a tour Onion, we have our main website. We've been wanting for a while our website to be in different languages and be on even more sort of hacker dark web type stuff, and that's a whole thing that we're going to try to look into more. Another thing that we're going to look into is, so I want to address this elephant in the room, and it's not as bad as you think. It's actually really good news. That you notice that we also have a bunch of shows outside of this. G.I. Jack has his awesome show called Archfile Linux Perspective. Yep, where he does
video games.
Yep, all of that.
All that good stuff.
All that good elite stuff. I have 2 shows because I'm stupid. One is the Master of Unlocking, which I can tell you right now, that's going to happen this Saturday, and basically I have to replace a bunch of locks for my neighbors, and because they don't need them anymore, I'm going to explore my ex-neighbor's locks on air because I don't have the keys for any of them, and they have way new, better locks now thanks to me. And you can hear how heavy that is. And that's going to be a whole lock sports show that will be this Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I also have another show called Crypto Barons where I look at cryptocurrency and computing technology. And then the one thing that's missing outside of our specials, which we'll get into in a moment, is Hack Alt and Commander. And basically, if you think that we had a crazy week, and Commander's been having a crazy 2 months. Everything's just been all up in the air for different things. So if you see N Commander, tell him that he's awesome, and like we can't wait to see you again on like DC 201 stuff. He will be, we're still talking about, but he should be streaming stuff when he's able to get up for it. But we have also been working on other shows. we're not going to stop here. We're going to be doing other shows. So one of the things that we're experimenting with, so just note these might change, but we have been working on shows, but we've been experimenting with is having to do different things for different Wednesdays. So one of the ones that we've been wanting to do for a while that I'm going to try to do next week, but we'll make a big announcement when that happens, is we've been doing a lot of software and networking, which is software and software and software. We sometimes do hardware, and we've been wanting to get more into hardware, and so we're like, why don't we have a hardware show? So we have a hardware show that we've been working on. The working title that I think is probably going to be the actual title, but we're still debating about it, is Circuit Breakers. And this will be neat because not only when we will able to do it on Wednesdays when we feel like it, but also that you might not know who comes on. Maybe Siriso wants to. I know he has a bunch of electronic equipment he wants to them in. G.I. Jack constantly works on a bunch of stuff. I used to do a lot of soldering, and I'm trying to get back into it. And Commander might be on there. Neo might be on there crying into a taco. You don't know who you're going to get. It's going to be a literal potpourri show in terms of the host, but we want to do a hardware show. I'm also trying to work on a show. It might happen, might not happen, but we've been wanting to do a show where kind of, I play a lot of video games, and so I've been kind of jelly that G.I. Jack gets to play, awesome games that run on Linux. And we've also been wanting to do more EFA and EFF stuff, which we'll have announcements for those literally probably in the next 3 to 4 weeks as their own specials and side projects. But I've been wanting to do a show where and this will be literally at max a once a month thing, where I'll be able to play a popular video game that everyone's streaming right now, but bring in people doing tech activist stuff, people working on the digital divide, people working on net neutrality, people working on digital rights around the world, anti-sesta fosta, fucking over the FCC, things like that, the right to repair, and basically you get to watch me be awesome or suck at video games while I'm talking to someone, where you get to educate on what's been going on out there in the digital tech world. So in terms of policy and legality and stuff like that, and rights and activism. So that's a whole other thing. And I do lastly want to bring up that we are going to have a bunch of specials coming up. I recently found out that I think that's how you pronounce it. I think it's Nahama Sek. I think that's how he pronounces. It's actually a hacker handle, and he's turned his own handle into a whole organization. Really cool person. Sometimes we host the show here on Twitch. They're going to be having their own 1-day convention coming up soon, so you're probably going to see me interact and deal with that online. Another big thing that we're looking into is that next month, unless they decide to, and this will be a good segue, probably the whole thing is Free Software Foundation is going to be they're going to be doing their Libre Planet, and similar to how we covered Chaos Computer Congress and Hope and DEFCON last year virtually, we plan on, with permission and stuff, because we're still working on that, covering Libre Planet being streamed online next month. So that's going to be a really cool thing. That might actually be something that, depending on the timing, both G.I. Jack and I might be at the same time on the stream for that. So we'll see about that. And we have a bunch of other cool stuff that are coming up, particularly in the summer. And of course, we're always scheming for later plans. And here's how I'm going to actually do this, is that I have a talk that is called, let me actually scroll down to the part of the talk here, Psych, : the protocol that time forgot. And I'm going to let G.I. Jack mumble onto the camera while I go refresh my drink, and then you're going to watch me get really mad at old versions of Ubuntu and bad open source programming. So I'll be right back. G.I. Jack's going to entertain you a little bit. And not in that way. Remember, this is a public stream. This is the stream where we keep our pants on, as much as I do not like that concept.
So, no booze, no nudity, no marijuana. Boo, boo, yes, I know. This is welcome back to the G.I. Jack Variety Hour. Yes, we're going to do a 420 stream. Hopefully, stream New Jersey, everything worked out. First legal joint in New Jersey. Looking forward to it, So what else? Been working on a lot of projects, doing a lot more Python QT, playing on a World of Warcraft. Next episode of Arch Value, you will see me doing more World of Warcraft, because I joined a guild. I got this invite from these pretty cool people. They have not just a guild, but they have the infrastructure. I got out and talked to these people all around the world. They're pretty cool. I'm no longer recruiting for Jersey Turnpike. I kind of shit-canned that one for now. if this guild
I'll
ever
still
falls through.
forward you that one guy.
Yeah, I'll talk to him. Side Pocket says this one guy's interested in Jersey Turnpike Guild, but it's done now. I'm in this new guild. They
I
have
mean,
like
you
a few.
can fold them into the new guild, and they can go through
All
the
right,
sedition
I'll
process
ask him.
and stuff.
Yeah. What's called? I'll talk it over. So I'll talk about my new guild next time. I talked
That's
to.
right. He's a
I
cool
talked
guy.
to my new guild master. I told him about DC201. I told him that I do this show. He's like, yeah, he wanted to get into streaming. So that's effing cool. So maybe we'll bring some of these guys on my show. I don't know. Anyway, Side Pocket's back here.
Also, one of these days we're going to catch you, hopefully with N Commander, doing hell with the Pine Watch.
Yes, I have a Pine Watch. I have a Pine Watch now. What's it called now? I have a couple of them. I have the dev kit. I haven't brought that on my show because it's just so much more of a pain in the ass. To the point I've been sucking wind on this thing. Just rabbit hole different tools to use that one.
All right, so we're just going to quickly double check here that everything's running properly, and here we go, because I'm going to lose my sanity at the end of this. I mean, I already lost my sanity. This has been something I've been researching roughly for a year now, as the new instant reward comes up in 22 seconds. But this thing has just been, like, I got way more progress this week. Because, again, we were supposed to have another speaker. The timing didn't work out for that group. We hope to bring them in the near future, because it would have related to the whole COVID stuff. But the thing I've been looking up is just, this is, you ever do that thing? For example, anyone in chat, let me know if you remember or if you still haunt tvtropes.com. And you ever do a thing, I do this with Wikipedia too, where you go to TV Tropes and you're quickly just looking up something, and then you notice there's a cool link to something, and you click that, and it brings up another trope, and then you read this cool trope, and there's another link, and you click that, and next thing you know, it's already 4 a.m. in the morning, and you've wasted like 48 hours of your life just going down this rabbit hole of endless TV tropes. That's what I did with this thing. It's possibly the dumbest thing you could do this on. And I'm going to explain what it is and rant about it, because we're about to get into true digital archaeology. So let's get into this. So what we're going to be looking at is called Psych, or I pronounce it Psych. It's spelled P-S-Y-C because, fancy. We need, this was late 90s, early 2000s. I think this was early 2000s. This is like between 2003 to 2006, so we needed names that make no sense. So how did I find out, like, before we even get into what Psych is, let's talk about how I ended up in this rabbit hole. So let's explain one, by the way, I'm going to be really mean here, so if you want to yell at me in chat, go right ahead. We're going to explain this GNU project, this failed GNU project, by explaining another failed GNU project, which is known as GNUnet. So, Jack, did you want to? Because I think you are better at this, and it's the only reason I could use it for it. Did you want to make comments of, like, what GNUnet is?
GNUnet is kind of, if anybody here remembers kind of like the days after Napster, kind of when you had, like there's a whole bunch of competing, like, other...
how your parents met?
Yeah. Like shortly after, so from about 2003-ish to about 2008, there was everything from like Nicotine, MX Chat, Nutella, LimeWire. LimeWire is a big one that everyone probably remembers. There was a whole bunch of various second generation.
Well, there was also ShareBear, but we're not going to talk about that.
Yeah.
All those viruses.
Okay, so there's a whole bunch of these sharing protocols that we're trying to fill the void, and GNUnet was just like another one, and it didn't work. But
so we're not going to go super deep into this, but you're correct. So GNUnet is a decentralized communication network that was set up by GNU. It's usually lumped into the same category as like the other abstruse sort of like decentralized, encrypted, in air quote, networks such as, here's some more popular ones, Tor, I2P, even ZeroNet. Although this is usually even more, well, less now known. Now, I could do an entire talk about GNUnet itself. Just know about this with GNUnet. If you ever wondered, and I'm dead serious about this, why Tor is so successful, like why particularly Tor is so successful, because they have a lot of underlying issues. They're open source. They're still fixing a bunch of things. I should know this because I interact with a lot of them. But if you wonder why it's so popular and available, it's because the only thing you need to do with Tor nowadays in particular is download a Firefox variant, and you double-click on it, and congratulations, you're on Tor, and you're an elite hacksaw now. Even I2P, you click the thing, you install the JavaScript, you run it in the background, and then you open a browser window, and you're now exploring. It's more of a pain in the ass than that, trust me, but that's how it at least works. GNU-net, for some reason, GNU thought this was a good idea to, like, hey, let's make, like, a protocol, so it's entirely done in terminal. There are few pieces like there. I think there's like a webcam streaming thing that when you bring it up in terminal will open the GUI for it, but everything is done through there. They made it complicated as fuck all through like I know people, again, who run fucking what's a hard thing, like, you know, like run their, like they make their own, like even by Gentoo standards, custom versions of Gentoo, and they don't even know how the hell GNU-net is structured despite the documentation. Like, I can quickly click on the documentation tag, and you're going to see it's going, if it loads, you're going to see that it's just, there's so much documentation for it, and it's all code, and in the development tab and stuff, like, it's even, let's go to handbook, and it just goes on forever. It just literally goes on forever. Like, I honestly think the FreeBSD handbook is shorter than any of the documentation. I was looking at it. I'm still scrolling. Look at all this. This is, and here's though, this is not advanced shit. This is just to run the thing. Just, we could literally play Benny Hill music to it. There, now we finally got to the first page of it. That was the entire thing just to basically run the whole network. So that's all you need to know. So we're here for Psych. Why are we talking about GNU-net? Well, GNU-net has a subsystem in it called SecuShare. And I guess now everything's going to load individually because of the way our internet works. And SecuShare, the way I describe it, is it's like, you know how, so spoiler alert, Tupac is dead. Tupac is not among the living anymore. But despite dying, like, what, like 30, 40 years ago or something?
Yeah, I was about to say, is it about the same era as
yeah,
some of
literally.
these also
yes.
dead protocols?
Literally.
The only difference is people miss Tupac.
Yes, but here's where they have this in common. You know how, like, you'll be sitting around, and then they'll announce, hey, Tupac has released a new album, and you're like, but he's been dead for 40 years. How the fuck did that happen? Is he like rapping in like the Buddhist afterlife? What the hell's going on? Yeah. Well, that's how GNU and Free Software Foundation treats SecuShare. Every like 2 years, they do a giant panel on this at the Chaos Computer Congress or Libre Planet or something, as if anyone gives a shit and this is an actual thing. And from what I understand, SecuShare is supposed to be this encrypted, as it says. It's a research project, hasn't reached prototype status yet. That's a hint.
Hasn't reached prototype status.
I think that's the tagline of most of GNU projects, right? GNU, we haven't even reached prototype status.
That's not fair, because like core utils and find utils.
Yeah, I know, but it's kind of like the Google search engine where it's like that was the thing that worked and everything else has just been...
Yeah, so it's kind of like you don't really download new stuff directly.
Mm-hmm.
If you run a Linux system,
it's built in there because it's, you know,
what
it works.
What you're using is Linux is, actually GNU.
I know. Because I'm not saying that entirely GNU is bad. It's just we are getting into, like, you know, the section where if you wonder why sometimes people gnash their teeth when they think of GNU, it's this.
they have some things that didn't scale out, but they also made GNU Nano.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not. Yeah, I love Nano. Like that's going to cause fights online, but I like it. Yeah,
no. You can use it any text editor you want.
Yes, that's true. I'm just saying from my personal preference. So I'm not just hating everything on GNU. I think again, I'm a fan of Stallman and everything.
They have a few projects which didn't pan out.
It's like, you know, I'll put it this way, it's the same way of like how like I love Nintendo, I just wish their online stuff was better, so it's like I know why people can be frustrated with them. This is like the example of when GNU goes, there's like when GNU goes right, the kernel and stuff. When GNU goes wrong, this shit. So they're just putting it out there. But yeah, as I said, it's supposed to be like a sort of, as I said, I'm going to do the voice. Imagine Facebook, WhatsApp, Gmail, and Skype rolled into one without centralized surveillance and control. Crazy? Well, it hasn't been tried before, at least not our way. So let's give it a try. And as they wrote here, after all of that Steve Jobs bullshit, basically they use GNU-net for end-to-end encryption and anonymizing mesh routing. And they have a whole testnet for this. At the end, we might try to run that testnet, but as I've run it before, but that's what this is. And so you're just sort of like, okay, this is some weird thing. I'm just going to read more things about this showed up at Chaos Computer Congress 36. It was a couple of years ago. That was, let's see. So, yep. So that's the thing. So the last update that they've had on this project is actually very recently, which was last month. We're still working on this. Nothing doesn't work yet. As I said, two things that happened recently is an invitation of GNU-Net GNS in Go. God fucking bless you on that. And our favorite words, apparently they're working on IoT systems and server administration tools for second share, which also, yeah, this is like, it's like, what, I'm trying to think, what was that, what do you call it, Angry Video Game Nerd had a whole saying, which was like, it's like puking on a pile of shit. It's like, this is already annoying enough, and like, good on them, because I'm probably, it's a harder work, but now you're mentioning IoT and Go and service administration.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of, yeah, like
at what point does blockchain get involved?
I know,
like
it
the
uses
cloud.
Blockchain, it uses a crypto blockchain.
Serverless passwords.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking, like I was going to say at the end of it, it uses crypto blockchain and, what's it called? And it's a cyber crypto blockchain. Everyone drink now! I
know, right? Like, you'll all be dead by the end of it.
Before you start
like, this has become honestly so bloated that I'm shocked this is not a Google project yet.
That's what cyber crypto blockchain.
So they talk about radical privacy and stuff, and then it's like, well, how do you actually do this? Well, first of all, you need GNU-Net, and you've learned that it's actually based on this protocol called Psych. And in fact, if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you'll actually see these Psych links. You have, like, for example, you can go to their IRC channel, and they actually have, which is interesting, they have a .onion for their chat and a ClearNet one in the same way you... Not anymore. I think it still works, but you have to use the Wayback Machine to find a link. They just offer the base Git now. They used to have their own dedicated SSH and their own Torified Git pull, so it was a Git pull, but it was a .onion that you pulled the information from.
Yeah, it's still running V2 onions.
Yes. So, but to progress here, because we have a lot to talk about with Psych, even though this is going to be short, as you can see, they see IRC, and then there's also a Psych link. That's the same thing for that. Same thing with XMPP, and then they also have a Psych link. So you're just like, what the hell is this PSYC:// because you've known HTTP and HTTPS // and there's like, I don't know, some other ones like TCP/ or UDP / IRC //
Because you can actually put an IRC's valid URL, which they don't do for some reason. What they really should be doing if they were like complete tears. Wait. What's that IRC? Okay, so they're running it as 67? That's...
Yes.
67? Why?
Brace yourself, there's going to be a lot of this during this.
So, for everybody who doesn't know, I'm sure most of you do because most of you are smart. Most of you are like technical people. You're not technical people.
Welcome to the show. We love teaching and learning, and you learn from our mistakes.
So for everybody who's not, ports below 1024 and below have to be reserved for root on Unix and Unix-like machines, including Linux and FreeBSD and the BSDs. So the reason why IRC is generally on 6667 instead of its normal IANA assigned port is because IRC only runs as not root for security reasons.
And as they wrote here too, they have as I said, unfortunately, we're still using an old-fashioned metadata unfriendly newsletter. Keep that in mind, that sentence right there before newsletter. And just for shits and giggles, I'm going to post this in chat. If you do have GNU-Net running, here's the impossibly long URLs that they use for GNU-Net if you want to check this project out directly through GNU-Net and Terminal. So, again, I noticed like a year ago there's this Psych protocol. What the hell is this? And we're going to now jump to it. And this is the part where it's okay, Jack, if you want to comment bits on this, but I just want, because this is going to be really painful for me. This is like the equivalent. I honestly almost would rather get sounded, if everyone in the chat knows what that means, than to deal with this, because I lost sleep on this. This is
They still have a general link, Jesus.
Yes. Oh, this is because one of the reasons I'm not kidding when I say archaeology, because a lot of this is going to be frozen in time. So what is Psych? So let's get into all the stuff I've been able to pull up so far. So first of all, check this website out. If you're wondering what year it is, and you can kind of see the formatting of this and how like columned wall of text information this is, and it's both in English and in Dutch. So
It does.
One of the other problems with this, and I'm going to try to sum this up as best as I can, is if I tried to read to you what psych, like you notice how at least with SecuShare they're just like, oh, it's a whole like network to do end-to-end encryption communication.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, you got that. Like even with the preachy stuff beforehand, that you could tell they had problems. First, by the way, another thing everyone should learn about this, because why I'm covering this protocol is first couple of reasons why I've gone completely insane and I hate myself. Two, this is a really great way of like how to not do a project. This were already bad methods of doing a project back when this was made. This is beyond unacceptable now. So hopefully by learning from this time capsule, you'll be able to know how to do projects better. And of course, the third thing is that a lot of people don't, like if you try to type this on Wikipedia, you can't find it. Like you look up protocols on the internet, it's not there. Even though this is a big thing that GNU was pushing for like 4 or 5 years and was in everything. Yeah, that's what I mean. It was not here. Yeah, and I found old mailing lists and stuff, but in terms of like no one remembers this, so it's like we're going to be on archive.org in terms of these videos. Let's archive this bullshit.
This just sounds like feature creep.
Oh yeah. So oh yeah, no, it's like a whole. This is literally hauntology in a nutshell. So one of the biggest problems with psych is when you try to read what it is. I have to summarize it for you because you can kind of tell they don't even know what it is because they don't have a 1 to 2, they don't have a 5-sentence thing explaining what this is. So like up here, imagine smartly multicasted chat and conferencing. Yes, exactly. Exactly.
That movie was actually
I know, and made sense. Non-proprietary instant messaging, distributed social networking, and data sharing, and now imagine all of this rolled into one. This is already a bad idea. Psych is an open source protocol technology. Let me speak, Jack. Psych is an open source protocol and technology bringing the useful and amazing aspects of several technologies, some of them which has been proprietary too long to gather, and they go into each one, which is multicasting to... Also to note the time period, this is early 2000s, and we're going to get into a little bit of one of the... There's so many theories I have of why this project failed, and it's pretty much going to be all of the above. You're going to start noticing really fast one of the reasons why this failed, and I will highlight that, so just hold your tongue, but... Let's go through some of the things they point out here. Multicasting to multiple recipients. Overall social networking, they wrote, our social networks are growing every day. We meet new people all the time. It's such a shame that we sometimes don't know which one of our friends are friends between each other too, and all this crap, so they're trying to make that easier. Data sharing, presence awareness, instant messaging, and friend casting, which to me sounds too close to Friendster in terms of naming. Encryption, and more. So this sounds like pretty interesting stuff, and like the next killer application, to me, this sounds like a terrible Shark Tank pitch. And luckily, we're almost there. Remember that line, this is going to haunt this project. That's basically just being like, Stadia is our best idea. Microsoft Bob is our future. Like, that's that type of line.
At least with Microsoft Bob, I see what they're building.
Not capital I and it's at the beginning of a sentence is not always easy to use, and yet... There's also an understatement. Now, see, they just did a description. Now they have new descriptions. See, they've realized they didn't really describe it up here. This is basically like the Bible, where there's multiple creation myths, and they just slammed them all together.
Yeah, kind of format like a Bible.
I wouldn't be surprised if this was actually written by multiple people, and they were just like, fuck it, post everything.
Graham Black text is very much like late 90s.
So, yeah. So, Psych has no central databases. That's another core thing about it, because I'm going to sum it up in a moment, is that's decentralized. We're just going to how they present it. Again, what is Psych? We've already scrolled down halfway through the page, and we still don't know what the hell this protocol is!
Oh, a protocol for...
Yeah, a protocol for synchronous conferencing, commonly termed chatting, because this was also a time period where that term was uncommon. Again, we're going to get into that because that's one of the things that just fail. So they have description. My favorite part, which we will get into in a moment, is one of their lofty goals was fixing IRC.
All right.
You heard that? That was the sound of Jajek's soul dying. All this stuff. So, out of reading this entire mess, here's what I'm going to sum up of what Psych is. So Psych,
H232.
yes, is a protocol that they were going to use essentially to do encryption, decentralized communication between multiple people and groups on the internet. That's what this mainly is. And one of its big feature point is that you could use Psych by itself, like running Connect from one Psych thing to another, or make like a decentralized platform or server on as a portal on Psych. Or you can bootstrap Psych to other things. So you can use this through Jabber. You can use this through IRC. So you can bootstrap it. And also because this is more of a framework, a networking framework type, you're also not limited to when you make a client if it's web, code, terminal, or network, and what type of programming language is used is up to you. Notice how that was like 3 to 4 sentences, and it took them an entire page, and I had to read this 8 times to figure out what this is. So we're
the intel.
They have also a white paper on this. Last updated was 2007. The dates are going to be random because there's way more recent updates than 2007 on this project. Because remember, it's
still working on this.
It's still be used. Remember, that's the thing. There's still a skeleton crew that is using this as the basis for Seku Shiro GNU Net. It's like a Russian doll nest of fail, right? You see why I went crazy over this?
Can we host a DC? Can we host a DC 201 webpage on this?
We can actually do a communication protocol thing. I'm going to show that in a moment.
I was going to say after we host a Gopher server too. That'd be great.
I like that. What do we want? Decentralization is like cool, man.
No, I was just gonna say it's just a fun thing to do. It's the most obnoxious fucking thing you can think of.
Yeah.
It's like why you're hosting a Ghost.
It's like making a VRML version of our website. Yeah.
Why you have a Gopher server? Because fuck you. That's why.
Yeah.
You know, it's like Gopher. Okay? Fuck you. Like ironic Gopher server. Let's do this for like ironically one of these.
So here's their document trying to explain how they're going to use this to fix IRC, which.
That and we can break more things to break.
IRC. Everyone has been trying to fix IRC, including IRC. I think it's one of those things like balancing the United States budget or like politicians having human decency and shit. That's like.
Okay, so
it could work, but we just never have.
So like IRC has like a lot of cruft in it, because a lot of stuff is kind of bolted in like after the fact.
Understatement of the year.
Understatement of the year. The thing is though, to date there has been no true replacement for IRC, especially at like how lightweight it is and how far it scales.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what everyone wants: how far you scale with a continuous namespace, and how you basically deal with namespaces of channels and users, and to the point where we have like little general, almost internet scale networks that you can literally accommodate everybody who wants to chat in one contiguous network if you wanted to. And
so
the other networks are just basically because
much like early IRS bitching, this document was made in 1993, and hence this beautiful white text on black background. And they want to, if I could read this here, is I think what apparently their positive IRC is they want everything like inbuilt in, more simpler things where you just like load a client and launch instead of typing in commands, which at the time honestly was kind of a semi-valid thing that you want. Being able to open multimedia in it, direct file sharing without any hassle. I love this centralized ego programmable channels. Isn't that the Arch Wiki? Or like Red Hat, you know? Isn't that what it is? A centralized ego programmable channel.
What do you call it? They're describing Slack here. This is basically what Slack is.
Again, that's one of the things we're going to keep teasing this. We're going to get at that. They also want to be able to send messages while people are away, so that you don't have to be in real time in order to intercept stuff or have it running. Yeah. Again, points of critique. And as I write, the dream. There should be no need for any other conference control program on the internet. Once it's clear how you find out things about people, you can implement thousands of ways to actually get conversation going. Makes things extremely easier for coders. They just code the multicast layer with a lot of less worries. Funny thing, I believe chat systems using direct client-to-client links would already be a step forward out of the IRC swamp, but of course I wouldn't mind good multicast infrastructure, old school smiley face.
So the problem is you want a lot of things, a lot of which are contradictory.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's a major problem with this. Again, you can really tell that while they maybe had a germ of an idea, like overall, probably accidentally in the beginning, there was way too, like, it's not just, oh, this project was good, but then it got bloated and there's too many chefs in the kitchen. They opened the restaurant with too many chefs in the kitchen, like, immediately. Like, they just wanted too many things, too many different ideas that don't work well together.
So the thing is about, like, chat clients, it'd be great if you had, like, a universal one, but for me, it's apparent that you definitely need two different ones. One, you need a client for small teams, right? Which you can very much limit who's on it. And then you need a second one for literally public chat, like IRC.
Right.
And that's what IRC was. It's not private. Because the whole point about public chat
is no matter
client to server, because
no matter what was it? No matter what, was it CSI? I think maybe. There was a famous thing where CSI was trying to like convey that IRC was actually like somehow the reason why hackers use it was because it was like elite encryption in private, and it's like. Huh?
Hackers use it, and like in the 90s, it kind of was true because, like, I mean, let me explain that kind of like like shit in the 90s was kind of like outlaw. There was just like so many boxes like IRC servers that were literally just illegal. That literally some hacker just decided they literally got a shell, popped a shell on a box, and they just ran IRCD on it. And like a few of them, like every network had a few of them, which were just completely illegal fucking servers. I'll admit though, I was on an IRC network and we had one of those boxes. And one of the guys, like who was a server operator, he literally just popped the box that was like in an OC12, right? And he just like put IRCD on it, and then that was just a server that ran for years and years undetected.
Okay, I mean, that happens. It's still happening every day. Hence why, like, most people don't even know these pages. And no, these are not archive.org pages. You can still find these. They're still hosted. This is literally, we're doing archaeology here. So, after apparently, like, I think, like, 2 years of development, here's some of the crazy software projects that came and went on this thing. So, the main thing, which we'll look at for a little bit, is Psyched, or PSYCED. Which is the actual multicasting chat and multi-protocol messaging daemon that you run in the background that is at this stage pretty much almost, because there's one exception that we're going to particularly look into, a requirement for all of these different clients to work. So you have, let's count how many different programming languages and structures we have. And I'm going to poorly pronounce things. Dyskinia? It sounds closer to Dyseria, which is a video game, but an open source site client written in C++. It can be compiled in GNU Linux or Microsoft Windows. Then you had our favorite, because it was popular at the time, Perl Psych, which was an entire library generated in Perl, including Git, different, and then multiple projects in there, such as the Git tree, developer chat room thing, the monitor program, the actual console client itself, some weird console MP3 player with psych notification and remote control, because, you know, that's, yeah, exactly. And it's already Y enough with Perl, like, even during this era, but still, and then the system log for it. Then, which we're not going to look into, I actually haven't tested this one yet, is the, I don't know how you pronounce this, the IRC? 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 RSSI. To me, it always sounded Russian. But they have their own, basically, you update this plugin into it. If you don't know what IRSSI is, it is a terminal-only version of IRC. And it has a lot of plugin support. So this is a plugin where when you put this into IRSSI, it can directly interface with Psych without doing anything else. I think you just have to run the daemon in the background in order for it to work.
Oh, it's a flash client.
Yep. And then you have Psyched D, not ED, D, because there's no confusion there, which is the new C daemon using libpsych and GNU-net, which is, again, the essence of secure share, which is still going on today, and that's how we learn this whole client exists. Also, to note again, you have PSYCD for C, and then you have PSYCED and Dyseria. For, if I remember correctly, it's in C++, and there's totally not going to be any confusion with the namings there. We're going to skip this one because we're going to loop back to that one in a bit. And then there's Psych real-time notification for PHP apps. Just leaving that pause because PHP gives me a headache. Including Wiki Notify, which is an extension for MetaWiki, and the module for that for Drupal. And also one that you plug in for PHPBB. And then my favorite, one of my favorites is Psych Mail, which when you load up PsychED, one of the things that they ask you is, do you want to interface your email clients with this? And so if you want to have a dedicated email client instead of going through Terminal, this is a C application that parses mail headers with the Psych fucking protocol. And then you have Pike Psych, which is Psych's framework in Pike.
What's Pike?
No, it's like a type of language framework thing. I don't even know if their website's gonna load. Yep. Pike programming language. Pike is a dynamic programming language with a syntax similar to C. Yeah, again, this is a dinosaur, so it's a dinosaur that supports other dinosaurs. Then you have possibly the most modern thing here, which is PyPsych, which is a Python library with experimental clients. Sakurai found a PsychD server written in D. And then there's multiple orphan projects, including one that was made in .NET and C#, and several Java implementations. We're going to be looking at two of these things, unfortunately. And the two things we're going to be looking at is, yeah, I'm going to do that later off stream, not and jump out the window, is we're going to look a little bit at PsychD. We're not going to run the full thing because I want to point out something with PsychEd. Actually, that's all just called PsychEd. And the main thing we're going to be looking at is the appropriately titled PsychZilla. Now, PsychZilla has been eluding me forever. And that is because PsychZilla is one of the rarest browser extensions and browser variations of Firefox I have ever seen. And I'm like this weird, like in the way people collect Pokemon, I kind of like running different types of browsers and having different browsers of different variations, how they long. What's been stumped me for years is trying to get this thing to work. And before we're going to attempt to get this to kind of work, let me explain what this is. So basically someone had the idea, and check out this image here. Let me actually zoom out a bit. Simply, hey, you know, most Linux machines, like most machines in general, even at this stage, have Firefox. Why not we just build a client in the web browser? And funny thing from what I was able to find, apparently the core team supported that concept. All the programmers around them apparently shitted on this project a ton. Basically, like, it's a fucking web browser. Like, it's for simple baby shit. Why would you want to run anything through or in a web browser? Which is ironic, because I'm pretty sure most of those people who complained work for, like, Google or Canonical or whatever now. or Apple.
No, I'm pretty sure most of the people who wrote this anything to do with Psych probably just fucking jumped up and built it.
Or is dead, yeah.
The fence themselves are drank.
No, but what I mean is, like, that was sort of the mentality back then, you know? It's like how Bill Gates thought that the internet wasn't going to be, like, a thing that took off.
Well, Bill Gates did.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You also have this, unfortunately, in open source as well, and here we go. But this is the whole point of this, is check out, these are like the amazing advanced graphics from like the late 90s to early 2000s, and it's the actual Psych client itself built into Firefox. Now, you're probably wondering, well, why was this giving you such a headache to actually build this thing? So, I'll read this here. PsychZilla is a new open source communication framework and client which is being written in JavaScript for Flash programmers, which shows you how old this is. RIP Adobe Flash. Also, haha, Flash, thank God you're dead. Tell Silverlight I said hi. The PsychZilla framework is also available in ActionScript, though it's an incomplete port, lacking some of the advanced features of the main framework. The framework provides basic JavaScript implementation of the Psych protocol for instant messaging, chat, and social networking. I almost read that, social engineering. Advanced features are planned for this project. It's intended to become a modular framework for developing interactive social applications on top of the Mozilla platform. The user interface consists on XUL, HTML, and CSS. So the reason why this was, so this is the reason why this was giving me a headache, is when I say Firefox, if you want to know how old this project is. Here are the two Git clones you can work for this. The current version fights with Firefox 3.
Firefox 1.5.
The more stable version is the one for Firefox 3.5, which also contains components of Java Psych to bolster its web client aspect. That was my hell. And we're going to get into this in a bit of why this was hell, and I'm going to show you what I mean by this later, but let's continue on. Another thing about this is that if you don't want to compile your own fresh from start variant Firefox of this, most of its function could just be an extension, and that's what they did by using Firefox, or get this, fucking Flock.
I don't remember Flock. What the hell is
You can install this extension into Firefox 1.5 or above. Keep that in mind, by the way, because I'm going to move back and talk about why this is a problem. So you can just use this as an extension, which, spoiler alerts, this is pretty much how I actually got this to work. There was also for a while a XUL runner version of this, where if you run the run.sh, it would load the browser through XUL runner. So let's kind of get into a bit about why this was a big pain in the ass. So if you've been living under a rock, or you've only heard of or used like Chrome, because most browsers unfortunately are Chrome these days, Firefox has like reconfigured itself multiple times throughout the ages, especially very recently. Like, does anyone remember out there, and I know that chat is pretty much like laser focused right now, does anyone remember out there, and you can, if you know in chat, you can be known in chat, if not, keep lurking and keep learning, when Firefox upgraded to Quantum, and that basically caused this huge, like, I enjoyed Quantum at the time, but it caused this huge thing because basically almost every single Firefox extension stopped working. Like, it was just the platforms were, so there was this period where like some things worked, some things didn't work, and people were making new, it's kind of like what's going now, if you want a more recent example, with Apple to some degree, where since they have the new ARM chips, like most of the stuff for Mac is broken, and everyone's trying to make like versions that will now work on ARM chips instead of Intel chips, or make them like run properly or better on them. Firefox did that during Quantum, but what a lot of people don't remember is Firefox has done that type of thing multiple times. And so the problem is, particularly with either compiling this or particularly the extension, is that the extension, while you can still download it, is so fucking old that it does not it doesn't understand. If I remember correctly, I tried this on Firefox 10 and it didn't know what the fuck it was. That's how old this stuff is. And so that's what was driving me crazy. It's like I just want to see this run. Even if the psych protocol, which was the other thing I didn't know, is this protocol still running? Like, I don't care if anyone doesn't use it, but can you still access it? Or is it like you try to access it and it fails? It might end up dead. It should be running because, again, it's one, a protocol, and two, it's supposed to be decentralized. So similar to something like ZeroNet or whatever, there should be stuff still running. But again, most people didn't even know this protocol exists, so no one actually knew. So I was in, honestly, as far as I know, uncharted territory. I had no idea if this psych protocol still worked, even though it's supposed to be using on the SecuShare project under GNU-net, which is still maintained. My theory is it should work, but nobody knows. I don't even know, like, how, like, does the browser extension still work? How the fuck am I going to do it on an older version of Firefox and all of that? So let me just try to look ahead here. Okay, so I just want to just go over my tabs. So what we're going to do now, and we're going to pray nothing crashes, because ironically, despite me having a super advanced, insane machine, this is the thing that causes the machine to go insane. And what we're going to do is, I did something that someone should do if you want something to work, but not to do if you like your sanity. And that is, I asked NCommander for advice, and he gave me advice. Because one way I could have done this is I could have basically depreciated my version of Firefox, or tried to Firefox 3 or 3.5. There are archived versions of older versions of Firefox.
Say nuke it from orbit and light it on the
No, that's what we're going to do at the end here.
Like that little Trump doll we have.
Literally, no, that's what we're going to do at the end here. That's what it basically did to my sanity. This is like this was so bad, I wouldn't be surprised if the project head was Ted Cruz. So the thing is it's like,
Whoa.
At least this project went somewhere. So
Well, I'm just
in the
saying-
ground, but it went
No,
somewhere.
I'm just saying that the developers should have abandoned it and went to fucking Cancun. Would saved a lot of people.
I know, right?
A lot of headaches. Is what
Yes.
I'm trying to tell you.
So the thing is that I could do that, and the thing is, I don't want to depreciate any of my main Firefox browsers. I could have like downloaded, particularly for here, like Firefox Dev, but to me that was already way too complicated enough. And Commander's solution, which I appreciate, was he was like, why don't you simply try to track down an older operating system and either then install Firefox 3 or 3.5 on it, or find one where that was built into its packaging system as is. And that way you could just run it in a VM and then try to test for it. And that's what I did. So I found the best balance, which is Ubuntu. This is where I start bitching about Ubuntu and stuff throughout the years. Chromatic Koala. I keep wanting to read it as Chromatic Cola, as if that's like a cool spot level or something. But Chromatic Koala, which I don't remember what version number that was in Ubuntu. I think that was like a version 9 point something, if I remember correctly, because I know it's not version 10, because the two ones above it is version 10 of Ubuntu. And to just put in perspective how old this is, we are on version 20s now in Ubuntu. So this is old. This is the equivalent of a hackall ncommand or something where we like load up like Windows 3.1 alpha or something.
Just
it's like that type of
heads up, versioning in Ubuntu is just a year a month stamp.
Right, I know.
So like version 9 was in 2009, so 9.4 was in April 2004, 9.10.
And this is that range, which is like this project range was, there was earlier implementations of this in the late 90s. From what I can tell, this project literally like peaked between like 2003 to like 2010, 11. So that's that range. And this is going to be confusing because you're going to see that there's just another thing about this, which is not only having good documentation, not having future-proof documentation, because we're loading something in the year this was in development for, and we're going to run into problems. So we're going to try to load this, and provided that our stream doesn't crash, or just more, if the stream crashes, again, thank you all for watching. You can like, share, subscribe to us on Twitch, Live, YouTube. It's just sometimes I never know what VM's on this system, so if we just drop off the face of the earth for no reason, or just are really laggy, this is probably why. But now I'm going to run this, and then if it properly runs, I'm going to then show it on screen. It also might not run properly right off the bat, just as a warning. So if it doesn't run right off the bat, I might have to hilariously try to attempt to essentially reinstall it again. Yep, no bootable medium. Okay, so this is the only way at my noobish level of how we're going to solve this thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to power off the machine. And actually, just for this, I'm actually going to go out of full screen mode here, just so I have like a handle of like what the fuck I'm scrolling through. And honestly, all these tabs are just like, there's no porn on here or anything, so I don't really care about that. So what we're going to do is, let me actually just open up quickly because I do want to keep the name, so there's also another reason why I want to keep this name. And actually, while I am doing this, let's actually bring up the VM that I'm currently using so that you can see the process, and then later on I'll switch it to the actual virtual machine running. So we're going to add a Windows capture, and we're just going to call it VM. And so this is the part where it's going to kind of look up. Oh, there's the notes for stuff. Don't worry, this is all the stuff for the psych thing. This is not like any major like passwords or craziness, so don't worry about that. But yeah, we're gonna flip it over to here. Like all this stuff was because I ran psych. So spoilers, I ran psych-D earlier, and so that is all of the information for psych-D, and this is a throwaway thing. So that's why I don't care about that. I made sure of that beforehand because unlike NCommander, I try not to dox myself on air. I know I should about that, but you know we've all done stupid mistakes on stream, and especially me. With like trying new equipment that doesn't work and crap like that. So what we're going to do is, and it's probably going to be the most labor intensive part, is we are going to actually remove this whole thing. We're going to delete the whole thing off of here, and we're just going to simply add a new one. Now the reason why I wanted to choose this name is because of, let me see where I wrote this, is as soon as we put it in, it's going to identify this as Ubuntu. And it is the actual 64 version, believe it or not, so we're going to continue on with that. Again, I know you don't see a little screen pop up, that's why I'm narrating, so I'm just going through. All we need for this is just to do all the default options. And we're basically loading the whole thing again just because there's this weird error that goes on with these older versions of Ubuntu where you can get it running once, and then when you run it again, it doesn't know how to bootstrap itself. So, so that's why I'm doing that. So now we're going to start. And then it's going to be like, you need to choose a version, which we're going to get to in a second here. It's just a little slow loading, which makes me a little nervous because, again, I don't want the stream to go absolutely goddamn nuts. So, yeah, so it says, please ask. I just want to double check. Yep, this should be the only one running, so this is the one that should work. It's the only one that should work. Why are you not letting me choose this? Okay, I think I just have to add... I'm going to add like another, which version is this in? Okay, I'm going to add another file. Let's see if this works. Oh, okay, so now we have a new fun thing. Alright, so this is going to be fun. We still have more topics to cover on Psych, but for some reason I'm running into hilarious issues now, so. Welcome to VMs. And by the way, for anyone who's wondering why I'm doing this on the Oracle VM VirtualBox, we normally have another VM system on here, but the issue is that, I guess I have to do this all over again. The issue that we have is simply that it literally cannot even find the ISOs for these. Like, it doesn't even show up to select. We had a different DC201 internal member that's not GI Jack or myself set that up. It's probably just some weird arbitrary issue with that, the way that was set up, because I have a theory that it actually has to do with memory issues. Like, it has to do with the way the memory is done on this machine. But I don't know. Basically, when that person comes back, we're going to have to investigate. So I'm going to load everything again. We're going to run it, see if we get this work. If not, I will hopefully just talk through this, or I might load up a different version or whatever. So we're just waiting for the selection to pop up here. Okay, this is the one that should run. Yay! Okay, so now we're going to attempt to switch this over to, we're going to try to switch this over, and I actually forgot to drag all of this down here to the actual virtual machine itself. You kind of see a little preview in the corner. Oh, this goes above browser. There we go. I'm actually going to temporarily turn browser off in the meantime. Again, this is like the boring, non-exciting part about everything. For half a second there, I read that as virtual boner. Which is kind of more how it feels like. That's what she says. So the default, because it took me too long to select, should be in English, so everything's loading up now. You're probably going to see me resize this a lot. And just take it a moment, because this is honestly, I tried to load older versions of this, but this is literally the beginning stages, from what I understand, where the infamous Ubuntu bloat began. So you know how a lot of times when you launch Ubuntu, even the current version, it feels like it takes forever. This is the beginnings of this. Where, like, this is the first version, 9.10 was the one where I'm just like, when is this thing going to start? Is it going to start? Alright, so I just did a little panic there, and now it should, yep, there it goes. Now it's properly loading in. And I believe I chose, because I'll know in 2 seconds if I chose the right version. Let's get this back on the screen. Yep, this should be the right version. Alright, so we now have this ancient-ass version of Ubuntu, and we're going to look into the kind of the problems of why Psych's own documentation around this era is a big pain in the ass, and is like, when people talk about, like, classical bad open source documentation, this is this type of shit. So, as you can see here, it does have Firefox. And it has, it should particularly have Firefox 3.1. We're going to look at that. It's going to, basically can't find that the URL that's going to, because that's from an older version landing page. We're actually going to go into help and look at about, and it should show it up. Yep, 3.53. And to remind you of how old this is that there is tab function. The one that's actually before this, which is the actual I think it's like 3.08 or 3.07, had tabs, but you actually had to right-click links and open them to open tabs. It didn't have the plus button. Also to note that if I do this correctly, here's how old this version of Firefox is. So that works. And if I remember this correctly, and here's the part where it might trip up, so I'm going to try this URL. It's funny because I'll tell you this, if this does work, the font's not going to load on here properly. So that does work, but what I'm trying to get to is that there's going to be URLs that, let's try this. There's going to be URLs like, it basically really screws up, not only if you don't put www, but it has no concept of what HTTPS is. That's how old this is. If we go to any HTTPS website, it will just be like secure connection failed. And for most of these, and by the way, I also don't have mouse scroll in this. Yeah, yep, is that it will basically, you can't even make exceptions for it because it literally doesn't know what it is.
It doesn't have the
Yep.
modern protocols.
Yep, and that's
protocols it has are completely different.
and that's exactly why almost every single one of these pages for Psych is still in HTTP for that exact reason, is because that was the development back then. Nobody knew what the hell it is. So what we're going to look up is, let's see if we can get this running. So we're going to type in Psychzilla into Google search, and this should open in there fine. And it's going to read like perfectly normal. Now, here's something you're probably going to notice here. Well, I'm going to give you a, you're probably wondering, like, okay, so all we have to do is, and I'm going to zoom in a bit for this guy. And everyone's going to see what my hell looks like in a moment. Also, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, this is back when Zoom was buried in here, when you had to individually go down and click and zoom in and zoom out. They weren't like static buttons that you could move like the way like volume control works on a TV. So you're thinking, okay, all we have to do is put this in the terminal, and then it will build a separate Firefox that will have all the Psychzilla stuff here. And we're doing this the hard way first because there's a really easy way that I could spoil, but we're going to get to that in a second. So you're like, okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to go in. And by the way, these are all the amazing applications you used to have for this version of Ubuntu. If I remember correctly, one of the things that I looked up the old notes, one of the things they did advertise is this, I think, was one of, if not the first version to have transmissions.
Oh.
Because they made that as like a bullet highlight of like, we now have a dedicated torrent app and we chose transmissions, I mean. And it's using OpenOffice, Brazio Disk Burner, and all that sort of stuff. And of course the infamous Ubuntu Software Center, which, you know, famously still never works properly. So yeah, let's go into terminal. And we can't change any of the colors of this because I just want to make sure for people who are like younger than me to understand the pure, like, this is not the worst hell you can be, but especially for like modern youngins, this will be the equivalent for you. So I can tell you off the bat, the bottom one, because that's a private website, no matter what I did, that link does not work. It's dead. Oh. The get.x.net just, it doesn't exist anymore. So we're going to use the above one and attempt to do this. So you're going to be like, okay, so I mean, I could copy and paste, but we're just going to type this in. So git clone, and Jack, don't spoil anything. So we're just going to double check for spelling here. So it's git colon / git dot psych psyced.org / git / psychzilla, and they should just pull this over. Except this thing is so old it has no concept of what git is. And I'm not going to go through this, but actually I'll do you a little thing. So you're like, okay, so let's just do, you know, your normal command. So we're going to sudo this version is also so old that you need to type in atp-get in order to do anything. So let's try that again. And this is going to be my hell. And I can already tell you, by the way, trying to do wget and moving this over and trying to make this from scratch, no technique worked on this.
Have you tried git core as it suggests?
Watch this. Thank you for bringing that up, because that's why we're going to keep going down this particular rabbit hole. Thank you, though, because you're going to see why. Yes? None of your L's.
Yeah, it's not going to...
Yeah, and I'm not going to type it in here. This also has no command, like, you know the command where you can add repositories?
Yeah.
Does not know that either. Like, not the repository, doesn't know how to add repositories or modify them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I can't even repair all these broken links.
Yeah, they deleted all the...
And again, my whole thing about this, could have Ubuntu maybe had future-proofed this a little better? Yeah, but this is not, again, they're telling us in like circa around this time to use Git. And this is something they're still working on, apparently. It's like the whole thing. It's like no documentation, poor documentation. Also, like, think about, like, especially, like, well, I appreciate, for example, what you're doing with, like, Ninja OS, where you're thinking about making, like, like a near final version, and you're like, okay, I'm just going to do this, so that way, even if it hasn't been updated, people can go on and, like, do whatever they want to it to get right, and it's done. Is you're like kind of like future-proofing it. Like, there's one final version, and then people can like modify that. They didn't even think about this.
Well, the thing is, that's kind of work. As long as DigitalOcean's a thing.
Yep.
And as long as I continue to pay the bills for like the DigitalOcean spaces.
Right.
To keep the instance versions online.
I'm gonna close.
But it's like here they just flat out deleted shit out of their archive.
Yeah.
So,
and the fact that they didn't change anything to reflect that on their own documentation is that. So I'm also not going to spoil everything, because here's the problem. I would have to. I could do this in real time, but I'm already going to spoil this, because the next thing I'll probably ask is, why not bringing folders anymore? It also is really poor at unzipping things, and the way I got around it.
That sounds like a personal problem.
Yes. Again, it's canonical. So the other thing I could have done, which is how I eventually got this, was I Git cloned on my local machine, put this on a USB stick, and because it was 3.0, I had to modify the VM so it would understand my stick that I'm going to unzip. Insert your jokes there, literally. And I then got it on here, but I'll tell you right now, when you try to make the file, runs into the same problem because it needs certain dependencies, and you can't get those dependencies anymore because all the links are broken.
Yeah.
So how do we even attempt to get this thing to run? Well, there's at least one semi-future-proof thing, and I can actually show you on the older browser. Let's actually do that right now. Let's do that right now. So we're going to go back, and I'm going to bring up the browser again. So this is exactly what I mean here, where it says, okay, so you can use Firefox 1.5. Also, by the way, I love if you click on getfirefox.com, it will point you to the latest, like, what, version 62 quantum version of Firefox. So this is also how long it's been updated for. But they have it at zilla.psyched.org. And you click on it, and we're going to see the same website again. So again, they said it's after 1.5, but remember, Firefox has gone through so many different code revisions, and you're going to attempt to see it right here. In fact, just to absolutely make sure, and I'm going to try to do this very carefully, I am going to, where is it, display capture, just so you can see anything that pops up. So, okay, so it's kind of what it looks like behind the scenes. And we're going to flip over, and let's just do this XPI. And by the way, we can drag or drop this. We could download it and manually try to install it. It all works the same, so I just want to show you the result of what happens. So the one that I know will work, and it's going to be the, quote, latest version, the one that was updated, the most recent, which is 5.0 here, back in 2010. So this is modern Firefox, so you're going to see it's going to download and verify, and then it says the app from this site could not be installed because it appears to be corrupt. This is so out of date that Firefox thinks that this older XPI is like a virus or something, because it literally doesn't. This is the equivalent of a English speaker now trying to speak to someone who's speaking Old English, where it gets like pieces of words, but it's basically a completely different language from its evolutionary point. So I just wanted to show that example to show how this is not going to work on a modern browser. So now we're going to go back to, where did I put this? We're going to go back here to our VM, and we're going to do the same thing. And we're actually almost done with me rambling on. And I think what we'll do is, instead of chat, because it's gone long, late at night, we're going to do our spiel. And on Twitch, we're going to raid someone's stream. And again, thank you for everyone who's currently watching so far. Very quiet chat tonight. But yeah.
This piece of shit on fire with the Donald Trump.
I know. Like, the funny thing is, I'm probably sure he's going to drink more than I am after looking at all this. Because this is like a week and a half of me banging my head against the wall. Because, you know, archaeology and, you know, BDMS, self-torture makes you smart. So we're now going to do the same thing. We're going to go onto here, and the formatting is off. So actually, originally I was like, did it load in wrong? No, I have to scroll down. And let's load the same one here. So it says it's preventing it. I'm going to allow it. We're going to go to the old-ass installation screen of this. And everything installed just fine. We just have to restart Firefox. It's going to go back to the same page. And we have that all here. Now I'm going to keep that window up because we're going to get back to that window in a moment.
All right, you got it installed.
Yeah, yep. This is all I wanted to do, and from what I understand, the browser, outside of a couple cosmetic changes, is basically this, but with the extension. It's kind of like pure browser or like Dissenter, where it's just an extension, and that's all they modified, besides some cosmetic shit. So let's test this out. So let's go back to that page. So let's go back to I'm actually gonna just do this manually and let's go back to Google. Just because again, this is throw a VM, and we're going to actually look up SecUshare. And remember early on with SecUshare, and by the way, you're going to notice in this version of the browser, I think it loads in better. See, that's the square format. You notice how when we load it on our modern day machine, it was like 2 inches wide off to the side all the way down? Yeah. That's because even modern day, they never updated the website looks snazzy, but they didn't update like how monitors are, and so this is what it was originally designed for. So we're gonna remember when we scrolled down, there was those like, hey, you want to talk and be on Psych and stuff? Let's try that out. We're going to click on not the Onion, we'll do the ClearNet at psych://psychd.org @welcome. You could also apparently use other web interfaces, but we're just going to go through here. And the extension, well, first of all, it brings you over to here. And if that doesn't work, we'll go back to the previous page because I know I can get this running. So let's just do DC201. We're just going to leave everything on default and see what happens. Because the pop-up should engage. Okay, so that unfortunately didn't work. I know this program works. Also to note, I can't like click the thing and really go back in time. This is confusing GUI information. But let's go back to here, and I believe we should be able to just run it, because there is a link down here that should work. And actually, we'll actually go back up here, and I'm just going to close that out just for a reason, because we're going to go back to that in a moment, because there's a specific thing. Let's try this out now. Maybe they typed this as the older version. They typed it wrong. Let's see if this pop-up will work. Yep. And that works. We would normally enter a username and a password and stuff. Let's just see if we could do this without a password. And there we go. It works. And the protocol actually does still run. It's just no one's connected to it. So we can literally just...
Wow, I love that screen. This is definitely...
Oh, yeah. This is some, like, you know... Like, even Winamp is like, what design is this?
Winamp actually had pretty good design.
Yeah, I know it does. I'm just saying in terms of age, like, this is stuff that people try to parody at DEFCON parties, except this was the intent of its design.
No, because there's been, like, one too many things that was designed like this, and they have, like, that, like cyber-looking font and everything.
Yep, and everything. And this is just one variant. You saw with the screenshots, apparently each one you can, like, custom set its own background to. So yeah,
they're fixing IRC with this.
This whole thing was running well at the time, yes, because then we're going to get into the multiple. Let me count the ways of why this failed.
Spoiler alert: this is gone. IRC still exists.
Yes. So we're going to get out of that. We could also go to the Psychzilla itself. And it's just because we didn't put a host name, but it is responding. The protocol actually still runs because, again, it's decentralized. My theory is correct. It still runs. It's just
relaying the knowledge.
No one's on here.
Psych is not a host name of art.
Because in order to do this, because it does work, because I've done testing, we're just not going to do this now because otherwise I would totally go nuts. And here's going to be the other fun help.
I got nuts already.
I know. Is that in order to get this, we need to set up an account. How do we set up an account? Well, if you remember the documentation earlier, which then I get to make this hilarious joke. Browser. There we go. Which is, okay, so, by the way, classic open source from back in the day. Okay, so, like, we need to create an account now, right? So, let's look here. So, we have status and all sorts of shit. The status is really sad. All this stuff, the to-do list, I love this, the HTTPD, which is the integrated file sharing, the graveyard, which basically this entire project's in. Let's look at documentation on how we can set all this up. Give it a couple seconds.
The place where ideas are laid to rest. everything should be listed under the graveyard.
Welcome to the documentation. For now, there's virtually no documentation. They made a documentation page to let everyone know that there's no documentation. Again, as people complain about Archlytics, there is a wiki for this. There are forums for this. You can find Gentoo documentation for it. They literally made a documentation page saying that they don't know even how to set this up in terms of the browser compiling. But as you can see over here, there's at least one thing we can learn from this besides the useless hotkeys, is that once we have it installed here, we can go to, and this is what we're gonna do a quick jump. We're gonna do a bunch of quick jumps, and then I'm basically done yammering, and we're just take off the browser just so everyone can focus on this. So what we do is we're gonna go into Tools, Add-ons, and then we go to Preferences, and this is where you would actually configure everything so that the actual bounce would work. We already have some things actually pre-configured on here that we're going to test out in a second, but let's just go back to our main browser. So that's how you would configure that, and as it says here, what you would do is you need to input your psych uni, which is basically your unique ID, and you do that by, and this is why I brought it up earlier, psych ed, and then you type in X and you can specify your password and all of that. So now my next step here, and this is the end bit. Sorry?
This wasn't thought out well.
Yeah, understatement. And to note also, I'm not ragging on even GNU about this. To be dead serious, this was a lot of projects back then.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that like people forgot about.
Like now, people can like Microsoft goons can be like, well, not anymore because they support this now because they're bosses, but like open source, and you would get like laughed out of the room because there's so much really well programmed dynamic stuff.
Fair, Microsoft had its own.
It did have its own shit. It did. But what I'm saying is that this was the time period where whether you were Microsoft or even part of the open source community itself, if you wonder why you're like, why is this old head complaining about like all like poorly thought out, no documentation for only, this is back when that argument was valid. Because you would run into projects like these all the time.
To be fair, that like nothing.
I know. I'm not blaming things. I'm just letting people know about the time period they were at, as the Simpsons meme goes, as we did back in the time. So my new thing is to get Psych ED to running. So this is Psych ED with its amazingly designed website. And so what we would have to do here is we would have to either git clone this stupid thing that I'm not going to do because I want to show this off, or we can do tarball. And this is where I get to do some more fun stuff. So what we're going to do, and let's pray this doesn't crash, is we're going to open up the Ubuntu subsystem. By the way, spoiler alert, the reason why this doesn't work has nothing to do with Ubuntu subsystem. You're going to see why in a moment, because Jack was awake when I showed him this thing and he was like, are you fucking kidding me? So what we're going to do now is we are going to, there should be a pre-built terminal thing. I just want to look into the settings to see. Okay, good. So it's on default, so it should just pop up. There we go. So this is the terminal, right? And I already cloned the tarball here. I can just do ls and bring it up. Now, what I love about this is, if I remember correctly, the actual target names for these, so 525, okay. Because I can tell you the other one, the one that's Psych LPC, does not work. Has its own share of problems. But this is a problem that's amazing because it's basically, it almost works. What I find it funny is that all the Psych ones start off as, so what we're going to actually CD into is PSYCED-201 605 25. So all of them start with 201, which I find hilarious. So now we're going to list all of this. And they made this really simple. So you tarball this thing, you put it, and even if you git clone this, there should be an install sh, right? So we're going to, so we're going to type in the password, which shouldn't show up. Yep. So we're running it. We've run into a problem. Unable to download PSYC LPC. You have no psych LPC, whatever version number, tar.bz2 in the directory. Okay, it's a problem, but it's a simple one we could possibly solve. Let's go back to the web browser here. So this is the LPC page. By the way, I have this horrifically zoomed in because if I can do this without the stream dying, let me zoom out to show you what its original size was, because this is how monitors were built back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, you ever see that GIF meme where the Asian teacher guy's like,
Oh.
yeah, this shows you how long this has been abandoned. But yeah, this is the actual page for it. LPC is a very old, you think, bytecode language invented around 1990, specifically to implement multi-user virtual environments on the internet. It's the first of its kind. There have been MUDs and MOOs around before, also throwback, MUDs and MOOs. Now we make those as jokes, like DEFCON has a MUD. And so I'm like, oh, we could go and hang out. Like, MUDs used to have been like a serious business thing. It was basically, like, people remember Second Life. This was Second Life before Second Life.
No. I used to play MUDs.
Same here.
I used to play Smog-based MUDs.
Over Telnet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And then, like, one time I actually met the creator of Smog on IRC. It was pretty cool. He was like, tell me one story, like, what's it called?
There's a Cyberpunk one that's been around forever that's still going and is more popular than Cyberpunk 2077. It's first to be used for the stack machine principle, blah, blah, blah. So there's a page where we can download this, right? So that's what I did. You can see it in the file because we're going to bring it back up. I looked at the latest Psych LPC, right? Let's bring back up the terminal. So yeah, I loaded the one here. So I'm going to, you know, I'm like, why isn't this working? Because we're going to list it again. See, there it is. It's a new version of LPC. And so we should just be able to sudo install sh. And that's when I realized something. The file format it's looking for is a tar.bz2. The only files that are available, zoom in even more, that drive the point home, is they're all tar.xzs. This is the actual team, by the way. Psych made this page for this. Like, I'll put it this way. Imagine if it asked, like, you were in a Windows machine, right? And it asked you, like, you need to download, like, this, like, you know, giantdick.xsi. And you get there, and you find the files named Giant Dildo, but they're all .dlls.
Yeah.
That's what they did here. This is literally the left hand does not know what the right hand is doing. And by the way, PsychED, because that's the thing that runs SecuShare, is the one that's still updated up to like 2016 and beyond.
Somebody's still updating this?
Yes! You can actually see here the last time the LPC was updated was in 2016 of August.
This kind of reminds me, is I kind of wrote an implementation.
That's this whole thing in a nutshell. So while you say what you need to say, because I'm going to type in what actually could be the solution.
I wrote an encryption implementation in merge script, and then I updated it for a while. I'm like, oh, fuck am I doing this? That's definitely wasted a bunch of time.
So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to attempt to do this in terminal because I tried this on GUI desktop, and we're going to see if this works. 60821 TARXZ. So cross your fingers because it might not work. This is the first time I'm actually trying to do this. And hopefully, if it doesn't work, I'll try sudo in front of it, and then we'll see. So this now should be, and probably Jack's going to yell at me in a moment. And note, when it comes to terminal stuff, particularly on air, I'm an extremely slow typer. It's actually one of the reasons why on Crypto Barons, the next episode I'm literally going to be doing programming stuff, and it's gonna be like that sloth scene from Zootopia.
I always try to slow down my typing because sometimes you get excited, type too fast, and then you don't really. You want people to see it, you know. You don't want.
So let's see if this worked. We renamed it. Now let's try running it.
The command
works.
Okay.
Oh shit! I didn't even show it on the screen. Sorry. Fuck. I forgot to put the terminal back on. So I'll scroll up and explain it. Okay. So, sorry. This always happens when I do terminal stuff. Is I'll do a bunch of shit and then forget I don't have the terminal on the thing. So as we said before, so it was looking for a tar.bz2 type of zip format, like file type, and the only ones available were tar.xzs. So, because the script is looking for that, and I don't want to go, like, I could try to do this manually, but fuck it. So I was like, okay, and I tried this on my own personal machine, just to see if it would work. I'm like, I forgot what the renaming command was in Linux, so I simply renamed it from a tar.xz to a tar.bz2 using the mv command because you can see before where it was rejecting it, and now the whole thing works, and it's going to actually go through installing a directory on here and asking for your username and password and all of that shit. And once you do that, I'm actually going to kill this window now. Let's go back to, because we're going to try this. It's probably not going to work, but we're going to try it. And, did you fall asleep? What happened? There we go. So let's see here. So, and this will be the last part of this, and then we're going to go rated channel. And again, thank you for putting up with this, because again, this was like a week and a half of research, both like finding online stuff and wrestling with all the poor implementation stuff. So after we attempt to do this, I'm going to kind of sum up what this was and my opinions, which is basically all and above, and maybe even Jack might throw in some of why none of this, all this was a bad idea from the start, and why it not only why it doesn't work now, but why it just never would have worked. Do a bunch of different reasons, and then we're going to go rate a stream and thank everybody. So again, I just want to say thank you for watching me. I mean, I assume you all enjoy watching me torture myself here. So let's see. So, so we're going to attempt to do this. Let's see. So, oh yeah, I forgot. I can't copy pasting, so I have to type it. All right, so the server. Actually, what we will do is we'll copy that so that way we remember it, even though I'm just going to reload this again. And again, this is a throwaway thing. I can just kill this anytime. Everything else, I just want to double check the ports. Yep, I just did the default stuff. So let's try this. There's also a tab here for like user interface and the type of colors to use and stuff. We're just going to put this at like another form of, what should we do, like green or purple?
Go with green. Go with like.
Let's see how green we can possibly make this. So we're gonna do that.
Like enter the matrix bullshit.
And now we're going to re-click on that link. And again, I don't think it's gonna work, but let's just try. So I just clicked on it. See, did anything pop up yet? All right, let me kill the add-on section here. Try that again. Okay. Oh boy, alright, so now we have a new thing which I already saw coming, which is that when we went into settings, it made it way too big. That's what she said. So we actually are probably going to have to go into add-ons again, and the preferences, lines of chat. So there's a weird, let's see, ping packages. I could have swore there was a thing in here about entering a blank space line to clear code. Notifications. Alright, I could have swore there was a thing that actually controlled the size of this thing. That's what she said. Let's try loading it up again, see what happens. So yeah, apparently, now a new thing borked with it. And we can't further test this because now the window is too big. Because that's what she said. So I'm actually going to put in the old address thing here. Because I want to see if this is like a browser thing, because it might just be something that's broken. No. So apparently when we put our own thing that we set up in, you know what it might have been? I wouldn't be surprised if PsychED goes based on your machine preferences. So I did this on a modern ThinkPad. So it probably took the resolution of that and put that in my profile description, which is why it's so huge. Because it's trying to, because remember, this is like 4x3 old monitor. Modern day 16x9s are way bigger.
I'm still scratching my head of why you're even bothering with this.
Because it's an old thing that nobody knows about that is like forgotten history, and so let's actually end that with that way. So to close up everything about this really shitty let's go back to browser mode here. And I'm actually going to end this VM because now we don't need it anymore. Actually, the fun thing, actually let me load up the VM, because here's something you don't really see with modern machines ever.
Yeah, and if you're one of the people who actually wrote this software, we want to hear from you. I want to
hear you scream.
No, I don't want to hear you scream anything. I just want, come on here and we'll just let you talk. Like, because I want to know what the fuck was going through your head. I just one question. I'm just going to say one thing.
knowing this
Why?
project,
And then you talk.
it's either going to be nothing or everything. But yeah, so
No.
what
I'm just gonna say.
yeah.
We're just gonna say why.
Yeah. So what we just did
You're
was
gonna
we
explain
just
yourself.
shut this down as if we did software, and that blinky thing means this is old Linux of it's now safe to turn off your computer.
Okay, so all right. So you know what this reminds me of, right? You know the Drunk Aussie?
Yes.
I hope.
Oh yeah.
Drunk Aussie was software. Yeah, this is.
Honestly, I'll put it this way: I think Murdoch as software would be more competent than this because he actually gets shit done when he wants
Murdoch's
it.
actually interesting.
Yeah. So let's go back to this page. So Psych. Here's all the things that we learned. So summary. Psych is still part of GNU project because the GNUnet project here that is still being worked on for no fucking reason. As you can see, the last updates were in 2020. They actually updated to a new version, 14.0. Still uses secured share that is still built on the Psych protocol. The Psych protocol was something that was conceptualized in the late 90s but actually went into production from early 2000s. Its production work, from what I can fathom, is the mid 2000s, even though aspects of it is still updated today. And this is, I know, a YouTube thing. This is not our actual stream because the YouTube kind of goes in and out. Because I'll just double check again. Yeah, that was the YouTube thing. So Psych itself was supposed to be to sum it up because they used an entire fucking page and couldn't sum it up. They still had a what is Psych in the middle of the page. Was basically a protocol that's for you layman people instead of HTTP : or HTTPS or IRC : this was PSYC : and it was supposed to be a decentralized encrypted way to do mass communication between individuals as well as groups, whether that was imaging, text, or whatever, in real time. Also a way, because it's decentralized and people had accounts, you could also get stuff while you were away, so people could message you kind of like email and you'd come back and get it. It's supposed to be a robust system. This was a big GNU project for about 5 to 8 years, and then it disappeared and became this old thing. And that's why I wanted to cover it, because, again, you try to search this on Wikipedia, Internet Archive. I mean, you can find the old websites at Internet Archive, but, no one talks about this. No one knows about this. And I think it's kind of odd that Wikipedia is we have a master list of protocols, and yet Psych is not on there. So even Wikipedia doesn't have this information. So now you know. This is a programming nightmare piece of shit for multiple reasons. One, they had no idea what they wanted this project to be. It was basically bloatware before they even got a line of code down. You can see this after a couple of years, they already had 8 billion different clients under different programming stuff. Even in crypto, right? Yeah. You have that max 3. You might have you would say a client in Python, a client in Java, and maybe a client in Go. That's it. You're done. You don't have 18,000 different. This is where it's so open that everyone essentially is on. No one can get past the starting line. Nothing works. It gets off the ground.
I will say this. Mm-hmm. This is less coherent than Temple OS. And the guy who wrote that had a legit raging case of schizophrenia.
Yes. Yes, he was worried about all those terrible CIA people out there. So the thing is, though, put that in perspective. Jack's got it really right. Another thing about this is, you know how I said this was the production on this was early 2000s to mid 2000s. So that's roughly 2000. I'm going to put 2002 to 2003 up until about 2010, 2012. And what happened between all of those, that's kind of, by the time they got any testnet, anything for SecuShare or PsychZilla kind of working, we already have Facebook chat. We already have Slack. We can do more things in IRC now. We now have Onion Share. We have, there could be a thing, which is true, slow and steady can with the race. But there's a point where your project becomes so slow that you're never going to reach your goal, not because you're technically too slow to get there, but because everyone else has run past you already and got there before you did, hardened it more, meaning they have it better implemented than you have.
Yeah, so I mean, it's like I said, there's no decent implementations of any of this stuff. They got stuck in the lull of a protocol that was just way too broad.
Also, considering all the programming languages and variants, they also probably got high on, every person involved in each variant in this project got high on their own farts, too, from what I can feel from this.
Yeah, because the thing, what the problem also has with Jabber is the thing is, it's they tried literally, like atomizing it into too small pieces. Mm-hmm. and then no one says like there's no actual working implementation on top that really works.
Mhm.
So what actually kind of the other way around, which is almost kind of reminds me of with one implementation, the other way around, which is way too bloated. If you ever use RetroShare,
Yes, very much so. Yeah.
except for RetroShare actually works.
Yeah.
Some
Would you also be
works,
fair to
because,
say that some degree kind of what BDIS feels like?
BDisk is just, I mean,
I know it's just like one person, but still.
BDisk is a lot of bad design choices that was just kind of, it sounded more interesting than it was.
This too.
It kind of had potential. It had like, BDisk had a pretty solid concept, but then again, when you talk about the author kind of didn't understand the difference between tool and project. You wanted basically it just became a continuous integration for the one live OS he was doing instead of a tool to make a live OS.
So just to cut you off, I just want to finish some more lessons from this. So again, could not do an elevator pitch for their project. They could not conceptualize. I had to do this basically for them, of sum up exactly what this is and something in plain English people would understand in between 1 to 5 sentences. They literally took an entire page to try to explain this and didn't get anywhere. They opened the door was they had their goals were too lofty, 1, and 2 they opened this too much to so many things that it was like a giant scatter shot where it hit everything but nothing. And because of that, as well as just changing infrastructure, each thing was so slow to develop that by the time they got to any implication where this thing the test nets would run or something would actually work in production, that we already had way better implementations of this that worked on plain HTTPS and FTP and even to some degree IRC. That just ran better out of the box and basically hit all these things, so it didn't even make it there. It's kind of like, in a weird way, like if you want to think about it, even though it's not exactly, and to some degree, I guess, like zip disks for some reason, where it's like zip disk was kind of like, unfortunately, right in between the mass proliferation of Blu-rays and DVDs, so there was formats that were more common that were way bigger file sizes than this, and then in a couple years later, download speeds and streaming stuff became everything, so it's like, what was the point of this?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I could
like, there's more arguments for zip disk, but I'm just trying to, like, find a more tangible,
it's a very apt one, because the zip disk was essentially the same size as floppy, and then when you started having, like, kind of, like,
physically,
removable media that people started using flash drives.
Which
is a lot smaller, easier to fit in your pocket.
And the ports were already existing everywhere. You didn't have to get it. Yeah. So it's like a similar thing where everyone else got to there, and because they did that in the same span and iterated faster and harder, which means it's more hardened.
You can make flash disk any size you
It
want.
basically was mature out of the gate before Site could even get past its first step. I have no idea where this project's going to go because, again, it's still bolted to SecuShare, which is apparently still part of GNU-net that GNU pushes every year. They're probably going to have another panel again at LibrePlanet because they had one last year. So we're still going to hear about this. So if you don't know what the hell about Psych when they talk about SecuShare and GNU-net and all that other stuff, because GNU-net also plugs into a lot of their other projects, now you know what that is.
GNU-net's still around. This is great.
Yeah, I know. And the last thing I would say is that they also did not upgrade in some areas, but did not future-proof in other areas. For example, most of the Git stuff could have been solved if they had flat-out links to some of the things like what do you call it? I just went past it. Some of the things like the LPC had direct, like you can go and either download these tar balls, or you could directly download the folders. But the main projects only have Git, which is a problem because even if you load up an older operating system, the operating system that's so old to run that version of Firefox that it works on, for example, has no concept of what Git is. So you're in this like chicken and the egg NRP kind of thing where you have to go backwards to go forwards, but you can't go forwards. You have to go backwards, and you're just stuck.
Well, I think it's just a hint that this is just best left in the past.
Yes, this is, but I think because of how badly it did, the fact that unfortunately it's still being like Tupac zombied into today, as well as this was a piece of internet and GNU history that lasted for multiple years, this definitely needs to be left in the past, but I think it's worthy for something to at least be archived so we know what it is. At least as an example of how not to do something. Because as we always talk about,
posters.
demotivational, but more accurately, like what we often do as hackers, like you often can learn a lot more by something not working than when something actually works, as much as we always want something to work.
Yeah, this is definitely galaxy, like when you see like that galaxy brain.
Yeah, galaxy brain.
Of kind of like early 2000s, we're gonna rethink traditional like internet protocols.
And I will say though, the Psych D stuff does sound exactly like, especially when I was reading the white paper.
Yeah.
We still hear those pitches today. Google makes those all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna have a thing. We're actually gonna have hoverboard skates that we make, and then we find out that you need like both a Google and a Facebook account just to use a hoverboard, and then they get confused of why it doesn't. Like we still have things like that. We can get too lofty, too many cooks in the kitchen at once, not enough finite direction, planning things out, making a certain schedule, things like that.
In case anybody missed this T-shirt I'm wearing.
Yep.
Obviously shows.
I mean, we'll stream on there, but yeah, fuck those guys.
No,
and gals.
You saw the T-shirt I'm wearing, right?
And people. Yes.
You know, this
so.
is exactly what I think of.
So what we're going to do now is, again, thank you everyone for tuning in on this. I'm going to load back up because, wow, do I have to pee. We're going to thank a bunch of people, and right now what we are doing, which is why you're seeing our giant faces, we're not going to do the community laid-back thing just because of the timing tonight. We are going to 100% hang out, and you guys can, guys, gals, hackers, and packets can talk to us in real time next meeting, because that will be our 4-year anniversary, and it's literally designed as a giant lounge that everyone gets to interact with. So provided that my stream doesn't die and the browser cooperates, because it's a lot of data being used up by OBS right now, I'm going to now find something for everyone on Twitch to jump to on the other 2 platforms, DLive and YouTube. Unfortunately, it doesn't have that feature, but again, thank you so much for your time here. Someone's building a robot. Striger's streaming right now. I just want to see, because it seems like there's not a lot of cooting stuff right now for some reason. It usually is on Friday nights, but, you know, yeah. I honestly think, from what I understand, a lot of people, because I looked, this is like the lowest amount of people we follow that have streamed, and my theory is that literally everyone was so afraid of BlizzCon streaming on Twitch. I think it was literally on the front page of Twitch that everyone was like, and that shows you how crazy we are, that we're like, BlizzCon? Who cares? Let's talk about cool hacker shit. And speaking of cool hacker shit, I think I know who we're going to totally raid. Thank you, everyone, for, again, tuning in. If you like what you see and you're excited to see the next, for example, Master of Unlocking, which will happen this Sunday, or Archvile Link's Perspective this Thursday, or any of our other shows.
I'm playing more World of Warcraft, so...
Or other sort of things. Again, you can like, share, subscribe on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. When we're live, we get notifications. But even when we're not live, you can feel free to join us at any time. We'll still cheer you on because we have archives of that. We are going to go in and attempt to raid the stream. We want to also thank all of our guests on today. So thank you, for example, Black Hat USA, despite your boring unscrupulousness, for allowing that awesome webinar about how, unfortunately, hospital facilities and stuff can get hacked. Thank you to AFROCrowd for coming on and explaining all the amazing work they do. Remember, next weekend is going to be all of those hackathons for African Americans, for African diaspora in the United States and abroad. So definitely check that. And thank you, Meow, for that awesome giant brain fuck as making your own COVID-19 vaccine and all the hoops you have to go through that. And it's like, if you think open source versus big tech companies are bad, you take that plus the medical field. Holy shit. So yeah, we're gonna go raid the stream and do this outro music. Again, thank you for all of that. If you're interested, and we're gonna type this in chat right now, in learning more about us, we do have a website that will be updated in the next 2 weeks on stuff, which is at DEFCON201.org. And if you want to follow us on Twitter, such as DEFCON2NJ on Twitter, hostducks.social for Mastodon. We're still trying to figure that out. We need to talk to the person who's in charge of the new surge, the new server. But we are normally also on Mastodon. We're on DEFCON201 on Instagram, but we're on like so many goddamn things, and we appreciate all of you out there. So we do have an awesome link tree that we're going to share in chat. Let's see. And eventually we're going to internalize this. So there's that link. And you can always also shoot us an email at defcon21.org. And that was our meeting for February. I'm sorry for all the technical difficulties and stuff, but as you haven't seen, it's fucking crazy snowing outside. I look like Tim Pool when I don't want to. I'm wearing this terrible corporate chill thing because it's the only fuzzy warm thing that's not my crotch. it's all crazy out here. So we're just happy that you were able to put up with that, and I hope you go enjoy this guy's stream. He's doing, it's not psyched protocol levels, but he's doing insane code shit, so cheer him on. So thank you for tuning into our meeting. Hack the Planet, Dirty Jersey represent. Thanks us. I'm Side Pocket. That's G.I. Jack. We're the two co-founders. And again, check out our blog if you want to help out people in Texas who are freezing to death right now, because we're America. We have incompetent leaders. Peace, everyone. Enjoy the music.
To